Good morning. The following steps are applicable to all delegates in a multilingual event. Click on the Interpretation button. Select your preferred language. Do not toggle between languages once the meeting has started. Once the language has been selected, please stick to the same language from the beginning to the end of the event. Only communicate in the language that you have selected. Select the Mute Original Audio option. You are now ready for the meeting. Bonjour. Les étapes suivantes s'appliquent à tout délégué participant à un événement multilingue. Veuillez cliquer sur le bouton Interprétation. Ensuite, veuillez sélectionner votre langue préférée. Ne passez pas d'une langue à l'autre une fois que la réunion a commencé. Une fois la langue sélectionnée, veuillez vous en tenir à la même langue du début à la fin de l'événement. Communiquez uniquement dans la langue que vous avez sélectionnée. Puis, sélectionnez l'option « Couper l'audio original ». Vous êtes maintenant prêt pour la réunion.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of our high-level tax policy dialogue. This year's theme is Post-Covid Taxation, Policy and Administrative Strategies for Mobilizing Enhanced Domestic Taxes in Africa. Yesterday, we had a very exciting day with a number of contributions made by a variety of panelists. Some of the highlights coming from discussions were on indirect taxes, a focus on VAT, led discussions to speak about the refund models that countries are using and the various measures put in place for business continuity. We also explored the future of resource taxation and delved into the topic around how do we ensure that resource taxation is fit for the future and that African countries benefit from that. The opening panel also discussed some of the private sector reforms that are taking place in a post-COVID environment. All of these have led to a number of discussions and questions coming in from the various attendees and participants in the conference. We'd like to extend our warm welcome to all the panelists and the participants for day 2 of our agenda. As with yesterday, each session is an hour long. The 5th and 6th session will have presentations with them. And of course, we encourage live chat with our panelists. This can be done through the live Q&A function. And additionally, we encourage participants to pose questions in the chat box. Some of these questions will be answered by experts from the ATAF Secretariat and the African Union Commission, whilst the live questions will be answered by the panelists themselves. Without wasting much time, I would like us to move to starting our proceedings for day 2. Our first session for the day is entitled Tax Compliance Improvement Frameworks, Policy Issues for Enabling Access to Information by Tax Administrations. To help us unpack this, we have Mr. Olusanya Bonjubola. He's the Director of Tax Programs at the Federal Inland Revenue Service of Nigeria. He will chair the session for us. His panel is Dr. Amelia Munendane. She's the President of the Mozambican Tax Administration. Aida Manata is the head of the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information. Ms. Doris Akol is a partner at Dentons in Uganda, and the tail end of that list is Dr. Mundia Kabinga, Senior Lecturer at the Graduate School of Business of the University of Cape Town. So I'd like to hand over to the chair of the session, Mr. Bonjubola. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Lani and colleagues. We will hit the ground rolling on this session. My team had been introduced, so I'm not going to go over that again. But providing a very brief background, we have seen a very extremely challenging economic situation and an outlook that looks very bleak because of the pandemic. And a lot of stress, a lot of attention has been directed at tax administrations all over the world. And because of that, there have to be new measures, new policies have to be designed and implemented almost immediately. And a lot of administration face awkward situations of balancing, maximizing revenue, and also being the best of friend in a very critical time. Now, obtaining and making the best use of data and designing the right risk and the right balance of compliance model has already been in very good progress in many tax administrations across the globe. Also, the advances in technology and the increasing number of data points have triggered a lot of activities which allow for what I can call a better and more resourceful data usage. Now, in this session, we'll be dealing with legal, policy, administrative issues.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Some colleagues are struggling to hear you. We kindly ask you to select the interpretation channel, English, and then mute original audio.
Okay. My due apologies, colleagues. This is part of the learning we have to do in this process, in this time. I'm sorry for that. I was saying that in this session, we'll be dealing with legal, policy, and administrative issues presented by the challenges that we are facing. And we have in this panel to look at specific issues that relate to obtaining new data sources, how best we can exploit the data, what type of system and mechanism we require to put the data to the best use. Do we have the right number of people with the right skills in the right places? What opportunities are there for sharing and collaborating? And what COVID-19 has taught us as tax administrators. And then let me turn to my first panelist, Dr. Amelia Mindane, who is President Mozambique Revenue Authority. Dr. Amelia, where is Africa in terms of development of, number one, access to data streams? Where are we? And two, the use of risk management tools or functions. And also, where are we at developing and applying the right skills for compliance in today's business? Dr. Amelia, if you can hear me, you have the floor. Dr. Amelia, are you there? Okay.
Bom, queríamos dar as boas-vindas a todos os participantes a este Fórum de Alto Nível sobre Política Fiscal. Nós fomos destacados para apresentar o tópico relativo aos desafios no acesso e riscos na gestão de fluxos de dados em África. Agradecemos a confiança que nos foi confiada pelo secretariado do ATAF. A estrutura da nossa apresentação tem 4 pontos e começamos com uma introdução. Não estão vendo? Tentava dizer que saudava a todos os participantes ao 5º diálogo de alto nível sobre política fiscal, para o qual nós fomos destacados para apresentar o tópico relativo aos desafios no acesso e risco na gestão de fluxos de dados em África. A estrutura da nossa apresentação é composta por 9 pontos. Iniciamos com uma introdução e, de seguida, apresentamos os regimes regulatórios sobre o fluxo de dados no mundo. Apresentamos também algumas iniciativas que regem o acesso de dados em África, o estágio atual do fluxo de dados em África, Apresentamos propostas de critérios para a mitigação do risco na gestão do fluxo de dados em África. Segue a apresentação da imagem sobre os custos dos dados em países africanos e fazemos uma questão relativa ao porquê é que não está obtendo, a África não está obtendo dividendos no fluxo de dados digitais. Seguem os pressupostos que nós achamos que são importantes considerar para o sucesso do fluxo de dados em África e, por fim, apresentamos algumas sugestões para o reforço do fluxo de dados em África. Em jeito de introdução, gostaríamos de dizer que se entende por dados do contribuinte ao conjunto de informações sobre os sujeitos passivos que sejam relevantes para o funcionamento das administrações tributárias. A regulamentação dos fluxos de dados se tornou um tema relevante no debate político, dada a crescente dependência da economia moderna aos fluxos de dados. Deste modo, os diferentes países utilizam regimes regulatórios para a gestão de fluxos de dados domésticos ou transnacionais. Entretanto, esses regimes podem ter como consequência a restrição do fluxo de dados, que são geralmente chamados de medidas de localização de dados, pois criam incentivos para que os dados sejam localizados em determinada jurisdição em detrimento de outras jurisdições. A análise dos regimes regulatórios de fluxo de dados é baseada em um conjunto de informações relativas a medidas de política em 64 grandes economias em todo o mundo, produzido pela Global Economy África. A base de dados da Global Economy África contém informação detalhada de diferentes países sobre economia digital, companhias multinacionais, firmas domésticas de cada país, entre outras informações. Estes dados são fundamentais para a melhoria da segurança nos fluxos de dados e eficiência na mobilização de receitas internas. A seguir, nós passamos a explicar 5 regimes regulatórios sobre fluxos de dados no mundo. Temos uma componente de gestão de dados que não inclui nenhum tipo de restrição, portanto, este é o primeiro grau de restrições ou de tipo de regulamentos para a restrição de dados, em que não existe nenhuma restrição, os intervenientes na economia têm a liberdade de, portanto, dispor os dados em termos de armazenamento, em termos de processamento nos países selecionados segundo os seus próprios critérios, sem uma obrigação legal para o armazenamento ou processamento de dados. Temos um segundo nível em que os países ou os estados obrigam o armazenamento local de dados. Neste caso, muitas das empresas têm reclamado que este é um mecanismo que reduz a competitividade econômica desses países e aparece como um tipo de barreira ao investimento. Existem países que também aparecem com a acumulação de procedimentos, incluindo o armazenamento e processamento de dados locais. Portanto, isto permite maior fluxo de informação nesses países que adoptam este tipo de medidas, embora, por outro lado, as economias considerem isto como medidas restritivas aos fluxos de capitais. O quarto modelo é a proibição de transferências para o exterior. Portanto, esta medida é ainda mais restritiva, que corresponde ao quarto nível, mas pode ser superado pelo quinto nível, que inclui o fluxo condicional. O fluxo condicional ocorre no caso em que países têm entre si protocolos ou memorandos de entendimento que permite que entre esses países não haja nenhum tipo de restrição ao fluxo de dados. verificamos que existem algumas iniciativas em África que regem o acesso de dados. Vamos dar o exemplo da recentemente criada Zona de Comércio Livre Africana, portanto, foi criada em 2018, que permite que, portanto, que visa que os diferentes países africanos tenham um mecanismo de troca de informação e este fluxo de informação permita a gestão desses países em termos de processos e procedimentos econômicos. Temos a Convenção de Malabo sobre a segurança cibernética e proteção de dados pessoais da União Africana, que é um instrumento jurídico que tem como objetivo proporcionar a segurança e um quadro necessário para o estímulo ao surgimento de uma economia de conhecimento em África, através da criação de mecanismos para fazer face aos perigos e riscos decorrentes da utilização de dados eletrônicos. Moçambique ratificou este acordo, para além do facto de que já assinou, portanto, o acordo no âmbito da Zona de Comércio Livre Africana. Temos também outra iniciativa, que é a iniciativa Smart África, de proteção de dados, que consiste, portanto, em criar uma iniciativa sem fins lucrativos que promove estudos e debates sobre a cibersegurança e fluxo de dados em África. Portanto, já existem algumas iniciativas, e estes são os exemplos dos mecanismos que ocorrem em África. Para além desses três citados, temos também a Iniciativa Africana de Liderança em Matéria de Dados, que é um fórum para pensadores africanos que visa garantir que a economia de dados impulsione o crescimento equitativo e o progresso social em todo o continente. Uma outra rede que também é reconhecida em África é a Rede Africana de Autoridades de Proteção de Dados. O objetivo desta rede é de promover um diálogo pan-africano dentro da comunidade de proteção de dados, para permitir que as autoridades formem redes e coordenem suas posições sobre as questões gerais relacionadas à privacidade e proteção de dados em geral, e não apenas no que se refere a aspectos relativos à identidade dos contribuintes. Sobre esta matéria, nós vamos mostrar qual é a posição africana em relação à Convenção da União Africana sobre Segurança Cibernética e Proteção de Dados. Verificamos que apenas 14 países é que assinaram, portanto, esta convenção. Entre esses países, nós verificamos, portanto, a Mauritânia, a Tunísia, o Chad, a Zâmbia, o Togo, para citar alguns desses países. Incluímos também a República Democrática do Congo como referência de países que assinaram a esta convenção. Também ratificaram a esta convenção oito países. Portanto, dos 54 países, apenas 14 assinaram e 8 ratificaram. Os países que ratificaram, portanto, são Angola, Uganda, o Guiné-Bissau, Moçambique, as Maurícias, a Namíbia, o Ruanda e o Senegal. Entretanto, nós observamos que, em termos de princípios fundamentais e direitos dos titulares que ratificaram esta convenção, existem benefícios mútuos entre os países membros. Em termos de princípios fundamentais, observamos que os beneficiários, portanto, a necessidade de haver um consentimento e legitimidade para este fluxo de dados, o processamento é legal e é justo, portanto, existe objetividade, relevância e retenção de dados, existe uma precisão dos dados ao longo da sua vida útil, portanto, como pressupostos para o depósito de dados na convenção, a necessidade de transparência no processamento de dados e aspectos ligados à confidencialidade e segurança. Em termos de direito, portanto, os titulares têm direito à informação tem direito de acesso à informação, tem direito à objeção no caso em que os dados não tenham sido publicados ou disponibilizados de acordo com os critérios estabelecidos na Convenção, e também tem direito à retificação dos dados por eles apresentados no caso de que se observem aperfeiçoamentos nos dados. De seguida, nós apresentamos estados que mostram regulamentação de proteção de dados em África. Verificamos que 30 países africanos não têm leis específicas de proteção de dados, aí são apresentados por uma cor mais escura. Verificamos ali a África Ocidental e a África e parte do Magreb, que efetivamente não apresentam qualquer legislação de proteção de dados, não é? Ali na África Ocidental excluem-se Guiné-Bissau, Serra Leoa e Libéria, tanto que fazem parte dos 16 países que absolutamente não têm legislação específica para a proteção de dados, que correspondem a 30% dos países. Portanto, dos 30% dos países que não têm legislação específica de proteção de dados, apresentam legislação geral, embora não seja específica. Temos 8 países que estão em processo de elaboração de legislação, portanto, correspondendo a 17% dos países africanos, que estão numa cor verde mais clara. Podemos destacar o Egito, a Tanzânia, a Namíbia, o Camarões, entre esses países. De seguida,
I'm sorry, Dr.
apresentamos
Amelia, if you are able to hand off in 3 minutes, I will be very grateful.
O fluxo de dados em África, relativamente ao fluxo de dados em África, observamos que temos um conjunto de países onde existe ausência de restrições de fluxo de dados transfronteiriços, portanto, um total de 26 países, correspondendo a 48% dos países africanos, portanto, apresentam uma cor mais clara. E depois temos países que não apresentam nenhuma restrição anterior para a transferência de dados relativo à responsabilidade ex post para exportadores de dados. Portanto, temos 2 países, que é o caso do Uganda e do Togo, uma cor mais escura, portanto, é uma cor ligeiramente mais escura. E temos um conjunto de 26 países onde os fluxos de dados transfronteiriços requerem salvaguardas contratuais, autorização prévia ou decisão de adequação por parte das autoridades. Portanto, de um modo geral, esta é a apresentação do perfil do fluxo de dados em África. Quando nós fazemos a análise de África em relação ao mundo, verificamos que a cobertura de dados em África apenas corresponde a 3%. Portanto, isto é um grande desafio nos países africanos de avançarem com o acesso do mecanismo, portanto, de cobertura geográfica em termos de medidas para, portanto, a regulamentação de dados. Observamos que 85% é a soma entre a Europa, a Ásia e o Pacífico, portanto, verificamos que cobrem a maior parte em termos de cobertura. A Europa tem 36% em termos de cobertura e temos que a Ásia, portanto, apresenta 49%. Portanto, aqui nós queríamos mesmo era destacar o desafio dos países africanos. Nesta base, considerando este cenário em África, nós apresentamos aqui a proposta de um mecanismo de como é que a África pode fazer a gestão de fluxos de dados. Portanto, é importante que dentro do espaço cibernético haja acessibilidade de dados, que os dados não tenham custo elevado, portanto sejam baratos. Para além disso, é necessário que, para além de seguro, portanto, esta plataforma seja uma plataforma aberta em termos de acesso à informação, em termos de acesso aos dados. Por outro lado, é importante que, ao nível da digitalização de dados, se observe que existe inclusividade, portanto, esta plataforma é inclusiva, a plataforma é eficiente e a plataforma é inovadora. Esses princípios, estes valores na gestão do mecanismo africano para o fluxo de dados poderá garantir aos Estados-membros maior segurança na disponibilização dos seus dados para o acesso integral. Todavia, para que nós tenhamos uma digitalização eficiente, é necessário que haja o desenvolvimento de capacidades institucionais, a formação de quadros, portanto, é necessário que se observe também a literacia digital. Nós verificamos que em África ainda existe pouca literacia digital, portanto, e que os regulamentos sejam compatíveis. Na análise que nós fizemos na demonstração gráfica, verificamos que os países africanos, na sua maior parte, não apresentam regulamentos específicos para a gestão de fluxo de dados. É importante que haja, portanto, mecanismos para a mitigação dos riscos que possam ocorrer da gestão do processo de fluxo de dados, embora o critério de segurança e de fluxo de dados deva estabelecer um equilíbrio entre a abertura e a privacidade de dados. É importante que os contribuintes ou os agentes passivos ou os diferentes atores sintam que os seus dados estão protegidos ao mesmo tempo que existe acesso a esta informação. É necessário que o processo de gestão desse fluxo de dados seja transparente e haja competências específicas para assegurar a gestão desses mesmos fluxos. O processo de partilha de dados, ele deve ser um processo interativo entre países, assegurar que haja complementaridade, haja estratégias regionais para o desenvolvimento da economia digital, o que vai permitir que todos os países tenham uma mesma abordagem. Para além disso, deve haver um mecanismo, portanto, harmonizado de desenvolvimento da tecnologia digital, que é um mecanismo que vai permitir a partilha de dados no espaço cibernético. Para o sucesso, portanto, para o sucesso disto, é necessário que a gestão deste fluxograma leve que a esta governança de dados permita que os países possam ter uma partilha adequada de dados baseada em critérios estabelecidos por estes países. Por outro lado, observamos que os dados, sendo bens públicos, deve-se apresentar ao nível da plataforma indicadores para a economia digital baseados em evidências. Observamos de seguida os custos dos dados em países africanos e notamos que os países onde os dados têm menos custos, o Egito, a Tunísia, o Ghana, Moçambique, a Argélia, portanto existe maior acesso aos dados e, por outro lado, existe maior restrição ao acesso aos dados para os casos do Zimbábue, Namíbia, Seychelles e, paulatinamente, o quadro vai crescendo a mostrar, portanto, que, efetivamente, os países têm um perfil diferente de custo em África. Portanto, é necessário que, no futuro, haja um mecanismo de harmonização para que o custo de dados em África seja compatível, no geral, e seja acessível em toda a dimensão dos países africanos. Com base, portanto, nestes aspectos que fomos levantando, nós fazemos a seguinte questão: por que é que a África não está obtendo dividendos ou resultados no fluxo de dados digitais? E nós apresentamos aqui, em jeito de reflexão, que a maioria dos países africanos ainda está desconectado. Portanto, verificamos ali que apenas 3% apresentam regimes regulatórios de fluxos de dados. Portanto, isto porque os fluxos de dados exigem, para além da capacidade tecnológica, também a gestão da economia digital. A dificuldade de África de avançar para a gestão, portanto, célere da economia digital e o avanço tecnológico são um impedimento para a conectividade dos países africanos. Verificamos também que existe falta de estruturas robustas para limitar os danos e mitigar os riscos associados ao fluxo de dados. Portanto, estamos a falar o exemplo da segurança cibernética. E, por outro lado, segundo o relatório de desenvolvimento mundial do Banco Mundial, o registro deficiente de muitas iniciativas do governo eletrônico aponta para um alto nível de falhas nas tecnologias digitais utilizadas para controlar ou vigiar os cidadãos, e isto incrementa o risco na gestão dos fluxos de dados em África. De seguida, apresentamos os pressupostos para o sucesso no fluxo de dados em África. E nós dizemos que a digitalização requer elevados investimentos, o que exigirá uma maior união dos Estados africanos para assegurar, primeiro, uma abordagem holística do sistema tributário e aduaneiro. Segundo, implementação de um plano diretor de médio prazo harmonizado e baseado no estágio de desenvolvimento das diferentes administrações tributárias, o estabelecimento criterioso de prioridades, disciplina, racionalização de recursos, monitoria, avaliação e responsabilização. De seguida, nós achamos que também o treinamento e a especialização são elementos fundamentais para o sucesso no fluxo de dados em África, a reforma legislativa e estrutural, para além do combate à corrupção, à evasão fiscal, o combate aos ilícitos financeiros, branqueamento de capitais e financiamento ao terrorismo. Para terminar, apresentamos algumas sugestões de como é que a África pode reforçar o fluxo de dados. Primeiro, é necessário fazer um diagnóstico, mapear as estruturas existentes de fluxo de dados nos diferentes países para identificar semelhanças e pontos de divergência, de modo a estabelecer a respectiva harmonização. Segundo, estabelecer uma política do ATAF, um plano diretor, na gestão de fluxos de dados transfronteiriços em África. Terceiro, criar um quadro regulatório harmonizado para a proteção de dados, compatível com as regras internacionalmente aceitas. Quarto, estabelecer indicadores de convergência na implementação da política de gestão de fluxos de dados nos diferentes Estados. Quinto, assegurar medidas vinculativas aos Estados-membros no âmbito da interconectividade dos diferentes sistemas. Sexto, criação de um centro do ATAF para a gestão dos fluxos de dados. Portanto, essas são algumas sugestões que nós apresentamos e, desta feita, agradecemos toda a atenção que nos foi prestada e muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amelia, for that wonderful presentation. I will move very quickly to my next panelist, Ms. Zeda, who is head of the Global Forum. And the issue we want you to look at is the Global Forum has amplify the issue of transparency agenda on the continent. And a lot of work are continuing with a lot of African countries. And the question is, how can the Global Forum increase the transparency debate while developing data analytical tools for tax administration to consider? And maybe you also help us to talk briefly on what challenges and possible solutions do you see for Africa's data security and development? I think we have less than 8 minutes now in view of the amount of time we have taken with the first intervention. So if you can do this in less than 8 minutes, Zeda, I will be very happy. Thank you very much. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank ATAF for having me here today. I was very pleased with the invitation to speak in this event. First, because it's an opportunity for the Global Forum to share with you our thoughts and our ideas, but also because it's an opportunity to see very good friends such as Amelia. So I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you so much for ATAF for this opportunity. Mr. Chair, do not worry. I will do my best efforts to keep on the time that you are giving me. Let me start by saying that the mandate of the Global Forum is to monitor and promote the implementation of the standards on transparency and exchange of information, meaning basically two standards. One is on exchange of information on request, and the other one, the automatic exchange of financial accounts information.
Excuse me, Madam Zeda.
Yes.
If you could assist us by selecting the English channel on the interpretation tab, and then mute original. Okay. There we go. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So maybe let me start again, just quickly thanking ATAF for inviting me to be here in this panel and saying how much I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Moving quickly, just also want to reassure the chair that I will do my best efforts to stay on the time frame that you have provided me. And if I don't, please just warn me, and I will conclude quickly. Starting the Global Forum mandate is to ensure the rapid implementation of the standards on transparency and exchange of information for tax purpose, and meaning specifically two standards, one on exchange of information on request, and the other one on automatic exchange of financial accounts information. I must say that these tools, they are very important, transparency and exchange of information, especially in the times of COVID and after COVID, because they are very relevant tools to promote domestic resource mobilization. Over the last 10 years since its establishment at its current format, the Global Forum has seen improvements all over the globe, including in Africa, in terms of the tax transparency landscape. In terms of automatic exchange of information, we see the implementation of these standards by over 100 jurisdictions, and we have more and more African countries engaged in these standards and these exchanges, and also committing to do it in the near future. It's not enough. We think where we are is still at the beginning for African countries to fully benefit from these standards, but we have started this journey. This standard, specifically the automatic exchange of information, it provides an automatic access of tax administrations to the information taxpayers hold abroad. So it's important for the tax administration to have access to this information, either on request or automatically, to ensure that they are paying the appropriate amount of tax that are due. More than half of the Global Forum members are developing countries, and they have not fully benefited from the improvements of the tax transparency landscape as in other regions, and especially in Africa, we see that most jurisdictions fall within this category, and that's the reason behind the launch of the Global Forum first regional program, which is the Africa Initiative. The Africa Initiative was aimed at raising political awareness of the importance of tax transparency and exchange of information to fight tax evasion and other illicit financial flows, and also to help tax administrations build their capacity to use and fully benefit from exchange of information when they are promoting tax audits, investigation, and other compliance activities. The Global Forum, together with its partners, and ATAF is our key technical partner in Africa, provides capacity building to African countries in various steps of this journey. This includes onboarding assistance to new members that have not a lot of experience in exchange of information. It also includes improvements in the legal framework, the expansion of the networks so they can benefit from exchange of information with more partners, the establishment of an exchange of information function, the training, and extremely important, the effective use of these tools. The implementation of automatic exchange of information provides an opportunity to access data. And this is what we have been talking about since the beginning of this session. I would like to share with you some data. In 2019, around 100 jurisdictions automatically exchanged information on a record number of 84 million financial accounts. And this covered total assets up to 10 trillion of euros. This means that tax administration all over the world are being better equipped to audit their taxpayers and to detect non-compliance. This tool also brings new challenges. The integrity of the automatic exchange of information system depends heavily on the ability of tax administration to receive, process, and use the data in a manner that protects taxpayers' confidentiality. This means that putting in place a security management and other safeguards framework. Automatic exchange of information requires a lot of IT capability, and this is a challenge for the majority of the developing countries. However, our experience working with developing countries is that they require support, and support must be done in a coordinated way by all the partners and all the donors and TA providers. But the benefits are huge. As jurisdictions exchange the automatic exchange of information, they more and more are equipped to assess the due amount of tax, and it's also a powerful tool to promote voluntary compliance. They also need to be equipped to appropriately use this data. It's already one step to receive the data, and when taxpayers know that the tax administration have access to this data, it changes a bit their behavior. But if the tax administration don't use this data, don't have appropriate tools to manipulate this data and cross-check with the information they have internally and show this to taxpayers, this is useless. So after a while, taxpayers realize that the tax administrators are not using this data. So it's important to benefit from these tools, but to make the appropriate use of it. I would like to conclude just by highlighting that the Global Forum has developed a unique expertise to support the implementation of the standards, and this includes new areas such as the confidentiality and data safeguards requirement on the tax transparency standards, the effective use of the information, and the implementation of the other building blocks of the automatic exchange of information standards. Joint efforts should be put together to provide African countries with the support they need to engage more in these tools beyond the current 8 countries that are committed to these standards. We have a huge potential here, and African countries should benefit from it. They should not be left behind. They should engage in this journey that has proved very beneficial to other countries in the world. I believe that building the automatic exchange of information framework is an opportunity also to enhance the tax administration's capacity in general, but that will benefit not only automatic exchange of information, but the whole framework under which tax administration operates. So I'm pleased to be here today to share with you these thoughts and to emphasize once again the commitment of the Global Forum and its partners to assist you in this journey should you decide to engage in it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Zeda, for that very intense presentation, talking about appropriate use of data and ensuring that we actually use the data to bring forward compliance. Thank you very much. You are very much appreciated. I'll move very quickly to Ms. Doris Akon, who is partner at Dentos in Uganda. With increased emphasis on obtaining and exploiting data for revenue purposes. The question is, what are the political, legal, or policy challenges that may arise? Maybe as a corollary to that will be what reassurances can be given to the owners of data and citizens that who have this data, that they have some comfort that the data will not be abused. I think let me stop at those two questions since we are already running behind schedule. We have about 8 minutes for you to deal with this. Doris, you can have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to confirm that I can be heard.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, thank you very much. A very good afternoon to everybody. Good morning, good afternoon from wherever you're joining in. I appreciate the opportunity to share some perspectives on the implications for data access and tax compliance. I bring in perhaps practical insights coming from tax administration and issues to do with how data is used and how data can improve both voluntary compliance, but also enforcement of compliance. It's important, I think everybody knows that one of the biggest assets or one of the greatest gold mines that tax administrations have or at their disposal is data, but that is only to the extent that they have the data, and as Madam Zaida mentioned, to the extent that they use the data. Now, we all know that in various government systems, there are so many data sets that are sitting in there, but how are these data sets able to be used by the tax administrations? How do tax administrations have access to these data sets? And the answer to that question lies significantly in the policy and legal frameworks around how data is shared across government, how data is shared across the different players in the tax ecosystem in a particular country. In response to the challenges that you have specifically mentioned, I would say that weak legal frameworks is one of the challenges that from the tax administrator's perspective presents an issue. You find that in quite a few tax administrations, one of the challenges is that the laws that they administer may not have explicit provisions granting automatic access to data sets that the tax administration can use to enforce compliance. If the tax administration is not given unfettered access, say to financial transaction information, to information that allows the tax administration to match both the taxpayer and other income sources or their expenditure patterns, it becomes very difficult for the revenue authority to use that data to enforce compliance. And some of the hurdles that come as a result of these weak legal frameworks are laws that require the tax administration to pay for access of data.
I remember that one of the issues we had is that we needed to have access to a particular data set in government, and we were required as the Revenue Authority to pay for that information. And yet this is something that was crucial to extending compliance. So those hurdles in the laws that require or that hamper unfettered access, for example, by requiring payment for the data, is a challenge that I think has to be addressed when one is looking at how do you ensure data access for tax compliance. The other hurdle that comes in is having to depend on other institutions to mandate the tax administration to obtain access. And here I specifically make reference to either having to get court orders or having to obtain some kind of judicial authority or security authority in order to have access to data sets that would enhance compliance. This is another hurdle that is created by the policy or the political framework around the tax ecosystem. So it is a challenge that a few tax administrations, and I believe quite a few in Africa, may be facing. Other policy challenges that come in as far as access to data, issues to do with the rights of privacy. It's a constitutional right of privacy, and many of these rights are extended to restrict access to data by tax administrations. So when a tax administration would like to have access to certain data sets, many constitutional or legal issues are raised as to the right to privacy and therefore restricting access. So this is another issue that it's important for the legal framework or the policy framework to have to rationalize between access to data by tax administrations and individuals' rights to privacy, and how the safeguards, data safeguards around their data can be inbuilt in order to maintain the right to privacy. Siloed systems within a tax administration, within a government, within a tax system also bring challenges. The lack of interface between and among government and financial institutions and other systems which create data sets also creates a challenge. Parallel systems, like I have mentioned, require a deliberate effort to interface them in order for data to be able to move freely among the systems. And this would enable the tax administration even to proceed on other elements of tax compliance, like predictive analytics for business intelligence, but also pre-populated returns. So it's important for interfacing of systems to allow exchange of information and free access of data by tax administrations from other government systems especially. So this is another issue that would have to be handled. In terms of how do you go beyond addressing these challenges, I think it is important that if there is a commitment within a particular tax system or country for transparency, tax transparency, it is important for these commitments to be backed up by both strong legal frameworks and policy interventions that allow unfettered access by tax administrations. One of the ways to do this is to allow exchange of information among institutions by signing some form of cooperation agreements like memorandums of understanding as among various institutions, so that access to data on a reciprocal basis can be enhanced. I think that is one of the things that institutions should endeavor to do. For example, the tax administration can enter into agreements of cooperation with financial institutions, with the financial regulators, with the other transparency institutions in the country, and this will allow for that exchange of data. Data privacy and security, data security are critical issues, and it's important for safeguards to be put in place, and non-disclosure agreements, especially if data is going to be accessed by third parties. For access of data by officials in the tax administration, that should be something that is fairly obvious because they are bound by confidentiality clauses when they sign their contracts, they're bound by oaths of secrecy, and they have to maintain that commitment to data privacy, data security. But it's important for these other safeguards to come in order for the taxpayers to have confidence that even if the tax administration has access to their other data, that data is going to be handled properly and that it will not be put to uses for which the access is not mandated. So this is what I can talk about from the perspective of tax administration, but really to reemphasize that data is a gold mine for tax administrations, and if there's no unfettered access, or if there's for some reason access to data by tax administrations is not guaranteed, it does have a significant impact on the tax administration's ability to both enhance compliance but also enforce compliance. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Doris. That was very engaging. We can see that data is gold if properly managed, if properly used. Now I'm going to turn to Dr. Mundia Kabinga from the University of Cape Town. Because our time is fast spent now, I'm going to limit my questions to two, which we appreciate your response in about 5 minutes or thereabout. I think the first question is, what exactly do we need? Is it more data or better data? And then the next question, which I want you to help us to look at, is what are the pieces of evidence of good use of data analytics? I mean, if somebody says, oh, I'm having very good use of data analytics, what is there to be pointed out as a clear evidence of good use of this tool? Dr. Mundia, please.
Okay. So thank you very much for those questions, Chair. And just wanted to check very quickly if the audience can basically hear me. So can you hear me, Chair?
I can hear you. I
Okay.
can hear you. I hope others will also hear you.
Okay. So thank you very much for that, Chair. Very broadly, with regard to the question about more or better data, I think we need a combination of both. And of course, the existence of the shadow economy on the African continent with its large informal sector, as well as the illicit flows, are testimony to the fact that we basically definitely need a lot more data in terms of capturing these illegal flows. An entry point to the kind of data that we basically need is data that basically is integrated with existing data sources. So for instance, a combination of revenue data, income data, expenditure data, as well as some of the data that's already been captured by the payment systems by the various financial intelligence centers that are basically being built across the continent. The second thing that we've seen is that a better integration of tax records with bank account information has been useful in terms of shoring up revenue and revenue collections across the African continent. But one particularly forgotten dimension is the dimension of the legal rulings that pertain to data and pertain to tax and tax revenue issues. And in this case, what this could help with is in verifying what the regulator and policy changes needs to be going forward. And with regards to the more data as well, another important point worth mentioning is that we need to collect as much information as possible in order for us to be able to triangulate and basically levy the appropriate level of taxation on the shadow economy as well as on illicit flows. In terms of the capacities that various revenue authorities might need, over and above the statisticians and economists that they're basically hiring, I think there is need to shift and try and adopt more data scientists, as well as more behavioral economists and finance experts, as well as risk managers and researchers. A quick way to basically make sense of the data, and I guess the challenge not necessarily that we have inadequate data, but perhaps the issue is making sense of the data that we have available. And for that particular reason, we basically would need to tap into the resources that are very readily available in various universities across the world. And then we just need to basically have some sort of clarity with regard to the collaborations and the privacy with that particular data that we make available to the external parties. A very classic case in terms of how the South African government has been able to navigate this space is by setting up a project with the United Nations University UN Wider Institute, as well as the South African Revenue Service and the National Treasury. So what has been quite instrumental with this particular project has been the fact that National Treasury has been on board in addition to the Revenue Authority. So the information that has been collected has not only been useful in terms of enhancing revenue collections in various income categories or tax categories, but also has been instrumental in terms of testing the validity of various economic incentives. So for that particular reason, I just wanted to point out very quickly that, well, it works, the data is there. We just need to make better sense of the data, and more importantly, the collaboration between the South African government, UN wider, as well as South African Revenue Service should be a case in point in terms of what the African Union, as well as the ATAF, can actually do in terms of supporting better use of the various data that tax authorities hold. So allow me to end there, Chair, and take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mundia. Colleagues, we call it a day here for this session. And I want to thank in no particular order, Ms. Doris Akol. I want to thank Dr. Mundia, Zeda, and of course, Dr. Amelia for the wonderful contributions and insight they have brought into this session. I leave this space now for Tulani to please take over from us. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Tulani, you can take it away from here so that you can start the next session, please.
Thank you very much to our chair of session 4. And colleagues, I would encourage some of the questions that are posed in the chat box for our panelists to respond to those by typing them out to those questions posed. And I'd like to thank the chair of the session for making up the time and for giving us the opportunity to move on to session 5. I would like to call upon the participants of session 5 who will be going through what we call applying the science model to tax policy and tax administration. This session will be chaired by Mr. Stephen Kigundu my apologies. This session will be chaired by Mr. Jean-Denis Kabikini. He is the Acting Director of Economic Development, Trade and Integration at the African Union Commission. On the panel, there is Mr. Dumisani Masilela, who is the Commissioner General of Eswatini Revenue Authority, Ms. Gri Monica Engen, the Head of Computer Forensic Unit at the Norwegian Tax Administration, and Mr. Alvin Mosioma, the Executive Director of Tax Justice Network Africa. The Uganda Revenue Authority will be presenting very briefly a presentation about the science model they've developed, and that will lead us into the discussion. So without wasting much time, I'd like to hand over to Mr. Jean-Denis Kabikini to take us through the session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, my brother Sangwe, le maître de la session. Et j'aimerais d'abord saluer...
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Once again, could you kindly select the language you'll be using under the interpretation tag?
It's okay now?
And then mute original audio.
It's okay now? Est-ce que ça va maintenant?
We still can't hear you.
Merci, excusez pour ce problème technique. Non, je disais que d'abord, je vous remercie, Monsieur Toulani, pour cette occasion et également saluer tous les panélistes. Très rapidement, puisque vous avez déjà présenté les panélistes, Je vais donc rapidement faire un petit rappel de la session d'aujourd'hui qui porte sur l'application du modèle scientifique aux politiques et à l'administration fiscale. Vous savez que les approches scientifiques auxquelles il est fait référence ici sont dans la discipline de sciences analytiques, sciences appliquées, enquêtes juridico-numériques et examen de documents. Les approches sont conçues pour offrir des solutions aux limites des approches conventionnelles telles que les audits financiers, les audits post-déclaration douanier et certaines des tendances de non-conformité fiscale présentées par des clients. Dans sa nature, la science est fondée sur des lois et des principes éprouvés et acceptés dans le monde entier. Les avantages de l'utilisation d'approches scientifiques comprennent la préservation de l'objectivité, la remise en question de l'exactitude des informations, l'amélioration de l'accès et de la facilité d'utilisation des données, le dévoilement des problèmes cachés ainsi que la capacité de se présenter devant les tribunaux. L'utilisation des données et de la science peut donc aider les administrations fiscales à déterminer le bon montant d'impôts à payer, mais surtout le fonctionnement des industries. Les administrations fiscales sont constamment aux prises avec la compréhension de chaque industrie dans le cadre des services offerts aux contribuables. Donc, cela nous permettra de s'assurer de la confirmation.
Bonjour, Monsieur Denis, excusez-moi. Oui. Nous avons une difficulté technique liée à l'interprétation vers l'anglais. Donc, est-ce que vous pourriez juste vous arrêter pendant quelques minutes pendant que nous nous occupons de la solution? Excusez-nous pour cette interruption.
Combien de minutes?
5 minutes.
Thank you. Merci.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask our colleagues from the URA to commence the presentation while we sort out the French interpretation. Our sincerest apologies for that minor inconvenience. So my two colleagues from URA, you may proceed to present, and then we will touch base with the chair of the session to finalizing that minor.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chigonu Stephen, and I'm from the Uganda Revenue Authority. And as might have been indicated in the session notes, we're going to provide a high-level overview of the science model, what we call the science model, and how we've integrated it into tax compliance management for better domestic revenue mobilization. The presentation is modular. It's going to be presented in 2 modules. I'll preside over the first phase of that presentation, and then my colleague Catherine will preside over the second one, that to dealing with digital forensics and document examination. Now, I think most of us would be wondering what is this science model that is being talked about. But I'll start from the fact that if you listened in starting from day 1 of the dialogue, you might have noticed that there's immediate and greater demand for domestic revenue mobilization. But also there's a commensurate challenge to all efforts and initiatives that have been set up by revenue administrations to mobilize that revenue. Most of these driven by changes in technology, changes in the science that is driving the changes that we see within the tax environment. Now, over the years, over a decade, the URA has applied this science model, which includes a range of scientific techniques and approaches to improve its compliance management. It has become part of its arsenal of tools to compliance management. It has been transformative and has had a multiplier effect on our strategy to manage compliance. The value proposition of this model is well cut out and very defined, as we're going to see. Now, this model has about 5 component parts. And first of those is what we call the material utilization and input-output analysis, which is based on a very fundamental law of science that we like to call the law of conservation of mass. And this approach or method complements the unit and volume indirect audit method, though this being more defined and standardized And this indirect, the unit and volume method as scoped out by the IMF in its survey of direct audit methods used within the revenue administration space, is a novel approach to manufacturing and construction sector audits. As all of us are aware, the manufacturing industry and indeed construction have been changed and very radically transformed by technology and science. And therefore, our traditional audit methods and traditional compliance management strategies have to a great extent become ineffective in determining whether they are complying fully and paying their fair share of revenue. We have standardized this process of using input-output or material utilization into 6 about steps, from case generation to audit to communicating audit findings, but key of them being step number 5, where we use what we input the input into by taxpayers actually correct or right any variances. The other aspect is lab analysis. All of us are aware that determining the identity of items of trade within the trade flows of the jurisdiction are is quite important. It is a significant influence on the quality of revenue mobilization that you deliver. However, over time, the tools, our traditional visual and document inspection tools, have become less effective, as noted by the World Customs Organization. Therefore, we have deployed a multidisciplinary lab that conducts biological, chemical, and physical analysis, as you can see in the picture, to help us identify the type of goods. Now, some taxpayers hide behind the identity of goods, especially when it comes to preferential tax treatment of certain items to evade tax. The other one, of course, has been the use of scientific knowledge and know-how to guide what we call disposal. There's provision for disposal, especially at customs and within our domestic tax laws. And there are schemes that have been designed to evade tax by overstating disposed of items. Now, when we apply the scientific knowledge and techniques, we manage to salvage revenue, but also we have noticed that with this guidance to people playing within this field, we have managed to protect society and the environment and trade indeed. In so doing, we comply with international conventions and protocols, especially the SAFE framework. Salient also among the application of this model, we conduct science-based research to advise, especially policy design, because we know that poor policy design, especially that is not informed from the disruptors or the things that are causing change, leads or engenders tax crime. So we apply standardized research and technical domain knowledge, especially at customs, to assist decision makers in making what we like to call future-proof policies. Now, what has been our story? What has been our experience, and what is the impact? We have used this science model in over 178 cases since 2017, 2018, and that support that we provide, especially to audits, has realized over $29.5 million from 23 cases. Under trade facilitation, we have acted as very objective arbiters when it comes to a contestation between the taxman and the taxpayers. And we have seen that over time, we've managed to eliminate what would be technical barriers to trade. Also, we have, through the conduct of research and provision of evidence that is admissible before courts of law, we have supported litigation, and the science approach has been part and parcel of some of the most outstanding or landmark cases, especially those to do with with protecting the value-added tax regime. And so that shows that the science model, especially applied sciences, is delivering on its value proposition. This juncture, I would like to hand over to my colleague to continue with digital forensics.
Thank you so much, Stephen. the digital forensics is one of the key areas that the Uganda Revenue Authority has put in place to ensure that with the advancement of technology, where everything is now becoming automated and many taxpayers have transformed the way business is actually carried out, it has been very crucial, especially now with also the COVID-19 pandemic, which has highlighted the vast need of businesses transforming, where most companies are now using cloud computing, where the cloud provides software as a service, storage as a service, platform as a service. It has become very critical for us, and Uganda Revenue Authority is actively implementing digital forensics. Also with mobile technologies, where transactions are completed on the go without people actually having to have a physical location, that you can conduct your business using the mobile phones. We apply digital forensics in these areas. With alternative payment platforms, which have become a challenge for many tax authorities, digital forensics gives an insight and visibility into such transactions. Also with illicit financial flows, which are mainly aided by technology such as the dark web, digital forensics comes in very handy into ensuring that such are identified. So why digital forensics especially? It enables acquisition of electronic and volatile data from many different electronic devices that are used, and also reconstruction of scene of crime through virtualization, because taxpayers often have different systems that they are using, and the authority may not be in position to procure all the different kinds of accounting systems. With forensics mechanisms, you can be able to recreate the crime scene and actually work on the computer as if you were using the systems as the taxpayer. And oftentimes, because it's also an enforcement tool, you'll find that many of the taxpayers will intentionally maybe destroy data. Sometimes it's accidental or intentional. So we can do data recovery as the forensics department to be able to restore such information. And very critical, as mentioned by the previous session, is maintaining the integrity of the data. So digital forensics provides an edge to ensuring that evidence of the data that is collected is maintained, to ensure that it's admissible. The number of services that are provided by the digital forensics section, including data recovery, mobile forensics, audio and video analysis, and database forensics. Also, another key area of the forensic lab is the forensic document examination, where we have different documents being analyzed. This, because of the evolving technology, it has become increasingly easy for fraudsters to actually forge documents. And because documents are still critical in our services, for example, in customs, you may not be giving them physically, as in the case of Uganda, but uploading them on the system. So there is a chance for actually the fraudsters to manipulate these documents and upload onto the system the fraudulent documents. So this has been a very critical area also to determine genuine documents that have been maybe erroneously questioned as fraudulent, stamp and imprint analysis, and handwriting examination. And also because of the different incentives that are provided. For example, in the case of motor vehicles, in the East African Customs Management Act, if you're a non-resident and you're returning and you've owned the vehicle for a period of 12 months or more, you're given an incentive of owning that car. So this is like an explanation of some of the areas where the document will be attacked to be able to adjust the date to show that you've actually owned such a document, a vehicle for a period longer than 12 months. We use state-of-the-art equipment like the VSC, which we have resident in the lab, and it has been able to actually recoup all the investment. Within a period of 6 months, the Revenue Authority had actually recovered all the investment, and now I would say it's seeking the profits. Now, and also other success stories with application of digital forensics, it has acted as a potent deterrent and compliance enhancement, especially in the ICT sector and sports betting sector, given the nature of the businesses, that most of them are automated and online. And also uncovering linkages and collusion in tax crime. This has also uncovered a number of schemes like self-suppression and 2 sets of accounts, including fraud cartels, and also trade misinvoicing. The URA experience, it's evident that science delivers value, and we are committed to deepening this integration within the compliance strategy for better revenue outcome. Thank you.
Oui, merci, Monsieur Kingundu et Madame Nabifo pour cette présentation du modèle ougandais qui finalement prouve l'importance d'avoir recours à la numérisation et la digitalisation pour effectivement améliorer la collecte des recettes fiscales ainsi que faciliter le travail des agents de l'administration fiscale. Alors, très rapidement, sans attendre, nous allons passer aux panélistes qui nous ont déjà été présentés par M. Changwe. Alors, je vais commencer avec M. Dumisani Masilela. Je ne sais pas s'il est connecté. Il y a deux questions, mais comme le temps ne nous le permet pas, je vais donc rapidement poser les deux questions en une. D'abord, M. Masilela, quelles sont les techniques d'enquête actuellement utilisées par l'autorité de l'administration fiscale de Eswatini et quels sont les succès enregistrés par ces techniques à ce jour? Deuxième question, quels sont les usages actuels des données et des analyses pour faciliter les enquêtes et les recouvrements fiscaux? La parole est à vous, monsieur. Excusez. Monsieur Masilela?
Yes, thank you, moderator. It is Mr. Masilela. I don't mind being called Mr. Dumisani, but it is my first name. Thank you for the opportunity. And let me, first of all, thank the organizers of this forum. It is a forum that I always look forward to because it does put us in touch with our policymakers so we can interact and share our experiences and also frustrations as we continue with our work because we can assist each other in resolving them. I'd like to state up front that we see investigations as a critical aspect to revenue mobilization in the country. But we do know that it is often not acceptable all around, especially politically, as we have seen in some jurisdictions. I think there were people that were actually sort of persecuted who were driving this particular function very vigorously and successfully. I think this is primarily because in a lot of cases, tax evaders tend to want to endear themselves to our politicians in various ways, including donating to their political campaigns, which then creates that kind of protection for them. Now, we see an emerging problem in the country, in Eswatini, where tax evasion goes hand in hand with the scourge of money laundering, as the sources of funds are mainly trade in illicit goods. People tend to accumulate sizable wealth, but can't always exactly account or show you how they are accumulating it. I mean, those that have been in the game longer tend to clean their money through legitimate businesses which thrive much against market trends. As an example, we have some bus owners who are constantly acquiring new and luxury buses, but you can't quite see how they're doing this because the routes, for instance, that they are operating are not that lucrative. This is where now we try to utilize our investigation capacity to see what's actually going on in that particular area. I do, though, have to admit that we in the Kingdom of Eswatini have not been as vigorous, particularly for purposes of charging people criminally with tax evasion. This is simply because I think we have prioritized mostly mobilizing revenue quickly. So I have termed our initiatives glorified audits, really more than investigations, because investigations, I believe, should go all the way and charge people criminally for tax evasion. We are now slowly changing this approach for the simple reason that we have embraced fully what we call the compliance model, which will take into consideration the shall I say, the desire to influence the behavior of the taxpayer, and of course designing interventions based on the attitudes of our taxpayers. The other reason that prompted us to adopt the approach that we adopted was the fact that our penalties in our legislation were not as effective as we would have liked to see them. In some instances, you'd find that people are ready to go to court and be prosecuted, and actually will offer higher bribes to our officers. So we are also looking at how we can enhance our legislation in order to strengthen our investigation function for purposes of prosecuting, which we feel will impact positively the enforcement drive. We have nonetheless started developing our investigations capacity and have even changed the structure of the organization to have this function report directly to the Commissioner General's office, which was not the case in the past. Now, coming to the techniques that we have used, I'd say we've relied mainly on we've relied on a number of approaches. One of these, I think the main one, would have been the use of informants. I've observed and been fascinated by the willingness of aggrieved parties in a business deal gone bad to share information with the administration. I think many of our investigations have been closed successfully using this approach. And of course, this entails ensuring that the informant is willing to continue to participate in those engagements, which might also mean that you have to offer immunity for their part in whatever transgression that will have been reported. But the other investigation techniques that we have used would be the analysis of physical and electronic data. And here we have relied mainly on things like bank statements, invoices, and other information relating to taxpayer transactions. We have also trained a team to do digital forensics, where they are able to go into computers and analyze electronic evidence for purposes of determining what exactly is going on. We have also resorted to interrogating, shall I say, the perpetrators themselves in relation to some of their transactions for us to gain a deeper understanding of what's going on. But we've also found it very interesting that when we interrogate the employees of those perpetrators, they are very much willing to share information. In fact, you get a lot of information because in a lot of instances, they will not have been properly schooled on what to say in order to sort of perpetrate or hide the activities of the delinquent taxpayer, if I can call them that. I should state here that we are greatly assisted by the fact that the law in Eswatini allows us to call for information from anybody that may have it, and we are taking full advantage of that. We do battle from time to time with people that maybe cannot be held directly accountable, and these mostly will be sitting in government departments who may refuse initially to give us such information. But we are making good progress in that regard, and we have signed various MOUs with some of those government departments where we believe the critical information is available for purposes of assisting us with our investigations. Now, turning to the question, what are the current usages of data in aiding tax investigations and collections in the country? Let me just begin by recalling that the Economist, of course, published in May 2017, made it very clear, or made a suggestion, that the world's most valuable resource is no longer oil, but data. And we couldn't agree more. So we have embarked on various initiatives to try and get assistance to develop our capacity in this area. We have a program that we are running with the IMF at the moment, which is termed a data matching exercise. I want at this point to allude to the problem that Doris pointed out earlier in her presentation of the siloed systems that we mostly sit with in revenue administration. This exercise was utilizing information that we should have. In fact, that we actually have some sitting in our customs database and some
Mr. Dumi?
It was, I have to say, very, very interesting and scary at the same time.
Oui, Monsieur Dumi?
Were reflected as revenue at risk because it was in the region of something like $1.6 billion just by comparing that information. Clearly, yes, the question of the quality of this data becomes very, very important because some of that information may not necessarily be accurate to properly impute a value. But I would say even if the data is not what it should be.
Monsieur Doumi, les interprètes ne vous entendent pas là. Excusez-moi, Monsieur Doumi.
Was reflected. The challenges that we currently encounter in utilizing the data in this regard. The first problem that we see is in the development of our systems and in configuring some of the critical tools that facilitate data gathering for us, is that we've relied substantially on technical assistance providers coming from outside of the continent to help us design these data gathering tools. There is a tendency by those, and don't get me wrong, I really appreciate their input because in a lot of instances it is very, very helpful, but there is indeed a tendency to advise
oui, Monsieur Toulani, parce que là nous avons
which is a good initiative in itself, but it always comes with the collection of less data than you need to be able to do a comprehensive analysis of a taxpayer's behavior.
Monsieur
now,
Toulani,
often this advice is
m'entendez?
given by people with more advanced systems in their respective countries, where such information is already being sourced through other means. So we need to be very careful. In fact, we need to analyze the recommendations that are left with us for purposes of ensuring that they are consistent with the level of development of our administrations to continue to collect the relevant data that is required. The other big challenge is that we're doing things largely manually. We are collating this information from the different systems and using spreadsheets to try and do the analytics.
Est-ce que Monsieur Doumisani m'entend?
All the more harder. And
yeah, my brother Doumisani.
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, just speak close to the, parlez proche du micro parce que les interprètes ne vous entendent pas très bien.
I am pretty close to it. Okay, I am sorry. Let me go in there and see if my speaker is. Unfortunately, they are telling me this almost at the end of my presentation, but I'm hoping everybody else could hear me. How is it now?
C'est très bien. Ouais, ça va maintenant.
Hello?
It's fine now.
Okay. My apologies. I'm almost finished. So my apologies to the other members who are not English speaking. I was saying that the other big challenge that we are currently faced with is that we are doing most of this analytics manually. We are currently in the process of trying to configure our systems such that the siloed systems that we are sitting with can then be interfaced, and the data can be manipulated from one business intelligence system that we intend acquiring. And maybe as I conclude, I think one of the speakers mentioned when the conference was open that the only sustainable way to develop our economies is to strengthen our capacity to mobilize domestic resources. At this point, I do want to encourage the African Development Bank, because I know that they are participating, and I think our moderator is from there, to take a stronger interest in supporting investment in the tools necessary for effective management of taxes on the continent. I am aware, for instance, that in my country, we have applied for budget support, but there is a glaring gap in my view in that the programs that I have seen having been submitted by the government are not programs that are in support of resource mobilization. They are mostly programs that are designed to support the social sector and other sectors that have been deemed critical. I also want to applaud ATAF well, the initiative by ATAF to assist our countries to develop our IT platforms, because those are critical for purposes of gathering the correct data and also maybe developing the tools to analyze that data. And as I conclude, I want to make it clear that we are members of the international platforms to gain access to even more data that is available globally, such as the Global Forum. And we are aware of the wealth of information that sits out there. But I think, as already pointed out by one of our speakers here, we are currently very far from being able to utilize that sort of that information effectively. Mr. Moderator, I would like to stop there for now. Thank you, sir.
Oui, merci infiniment, Monsieur Dumisani, pour cet excellent partage de l'expérience des Swatini. Et effectivement, qui est donc votre expérience qui est basée sur le renforcement des règles et de la loi, ainsi que des mesures de pénalité mises en place, et également du renforcement des systèmes d'enquête. Et nous voyons encore une fois de plus que l'analyse des données juridiques fait partie des modèles scientifiques qu'il faut appliquer. Alors, nous allons passer très rapidement à notre deuxième panéliste, qui est M. Alvin Masioma. Je ne sais pas s'il est connecté. Alors, donc, la question à M. Masioma, c'est essentiellement de savoir comment les données d'enquête juridico-numérique et les outils d'analyse peuvent-ils être utilisés pour accroître la responsabilité des gouvernements du point de vue de la société civile? Et deuxième question, pensez-vous que la collaboration à cet égard a une option où les administrations fiscales et la société civile partagent des données pour encourager la conformité des contribuables? Monsieur Masioma.
Thank you very much, Chair John Dennis Kakipini, for this opportunity. Excuse me, I woke up this morning with a cold. I hope that my voice is still very clear. Chair, can you hear me? Just confirming that you are able to hear me.
Oui, on vous entend très bien, Monsieur Alvin.
Thank you very much. So let me start, and I'll try to be very brief, considering that we are really running out of time. And let me start by first thanking the chair, but also the ATAF, the AU, and the African Development Bank for this timely meeting and extending the invitation to TGNA to make his submission and share his perspective. I think the presentation from Catherine and Stephen was really insightful and provide very, very great insights in terms of the role that technology and science can play. Considering what already is in the public domain about the technical capacity challenges that many tax administration are facing in the continent. What we see in the case study provided in Uganda is really the idea that the adoption of cutting-edge technology and the use of science and digital forensics can help tax administration to leapfrog into the future and transform tax administration in the continent. Particularly, what this case study affirms is that technology can play an important role in terms of contributing to addressing tax compliance, which has been identified as a key factor in the tax-based erosion in the continent. In response, Chair, to the question that you have raised, I would like to approach it from two perspectives. The first perspective, really, when we talk of tax compliance, of course, is to look at the voluntary aspect of tax compliance. And here is really the assumptions that we make that the low tax compliance is linked to maybe lack of information, maybe the cost of filing, or the relationship that exists between the taxpayer and the tax administration. And in this regard, really what is important in terms of enhancing accountability is really investment in tax education. And we are seeing many revenue authorities across the continent really putting resources in terms of building the knowledge base of the taxpayer so that you are addressing the knowledge gap. Investing in technology to reduce the cost of filing, but also investing in trust-building measures between taxpayers and tax authorities. As you might know, there have been studies out there that have indicated that the lack of trust in government institutions, including revenue authorities, has contributed significantly to the trust erosion, and investing in trust-building relationships is very important, which really emphasizes on the need of looking at technology from two perspectives. One, from the tools themselves, from the systems, but also from the human aspect of it, that interface between the revenue authority. Technology will contribute to that, but by itself it will not be sufficient. There will be need for that human interface. The second dimension, Chair, I would like to look at is really when you assume that there is a taxpayer out there with a criminal intent. And here, the quick question is, what measures are being put in place to disincentivize tax non-compliance? And here, in terms of measures that have been put in place to detect fraud and tax crime. And the role of technology, I think, based on the example that has been provided by Uganda, is confirms that technology can be used as a measure to detect fraud, but also as a measure to disincentivize any taxpayer with a criminal intent. There's a famous quote that any taxpayer who wants to evade tax will ask themselves three questions. The first question is, what is the probability that I will get caught if I don't pay the tax that I'm supposed to pay? Or the second question is, even if I get caught, what will be the probability that I will get punished? And even if I get punished, how high is the punishment? And the responses, Chair, to these three questions have a clear determination on the kind of policy measures that are being put in place for deterrent of tax non-compliance. And the colleague from the first panel, Madam Dorisa Cole, spoke very powerfully about this. Measures to increase tax compliance should not, in that sense, be reactive in terms of pursuing of suspected tax fraud, because sometimes we are chasing the horse after it has pelted. There should be more investment in terms of strengthening the mechanism to enforce compliance before even the pursuit of tax fraud. And this, of course, requires that we are not only looking at the tax administration, but we are looking at other institutions in the tax ecosystem, in reference to the point that Madam Akol made, looking at, for example, the role that the parliament should play, the role that the judiciary plays. And when we think about capacity or lack thereof, we are not just focusing only on the tax administration. Chair, as I come up to the tail end of my submission, I think what the studies have shown is that the low level of trust in public institutions, including tax administration, is a significant contributor to tax morale, and the use of technology in this regard and digital forensics can contribute to increase not only the objectivity of tax audit, but also restore the trust of of taxpayers. Secondly, collaboration and engagement between civil society and the relevant institutions in the tax policy chain, tax policy and tax administration in the implementation process is critical, not only in restoring this public trust, but also in ensuring that the outcomes of those tax decisions and engagement are both fair, equitable, and just. And for this to happen, Chair, I think it's really important to go beyond what we see in many countries, more of a tokenistic approach, of a stop and go approach with the taxpayers or citizens or civil society. They need to have a constructive, sustained engagement that builds trust relationship between tax policy and tax administration and civil society in that extent. And I'm happy, for example, the ATAF as an institution has set a very good example. It is not only in inviting civil society organizations to engagement such as what we're having today, but also in formalizing those engagements with civil society and other actors and ensuring that there's a sustained engagement. Lastly, ultimately, the civic engagement as a measure to increase tax compliance should not reduce citizens and taxpayers as partakers of policy decisions, but as co-creators of those decisions. And for this to happen in the context of technology and data, it's critical that the information and the data that is generated is made as a public good, or is made publicly available to inform and ensure that the policy engagement is happening from an informed perspective. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. And once again, I would like to congratulate ATAF, AU, and the AfDB for this very timely meeting. Thanks a lot.
Oui, merci, merci Monsieur Moussionnan pour ce partage effectivement de votre perspective sur la collaboration entre le secteur, la société civile et les administrations fiscales, qui effectivement passe par le renforcement de capacité ainsi que le niveau de confiance, autant des agents de collecte de données que des contribuables. Et nous voyons également, comme vous venez de le dire, que c'est beaucoup plus facile de dissuader la non-conformité des contribuables en faisant appel, effectivement, en renforçant la capacité de collaboration avec la société civile. Nous vous remercions donc pour ce partage d'informations. Nous allons passer à notre dernier panéliste, c'est Madame Gry Eugen, qui nous parlera donc de l'expérience norvégienne. D'abord, la question, Madame Eugen, c'est, on a beaucoup parlé déjà de l'expérience norvégienne sur le taux d'imposition et de la capacité du pays à faire respecter la conformité, comme ça venait donc d'être discuté. Alors, direz-vous que cela est également possible grâce à l'utilisation des données aide modèles scientifiques? Ça, c'est la première question. Deuxièmement, veuillez partager donc avec nous l'expérience de la Norvège dans la mise en œuvre des données forensic data, d'enquête juridico-numérique. Please, madame, la parole est à vous.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
On vous entend très bien, madame.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to start with the last question. That's our experience with implementing data forensics. You were earlier talking about the tools and the equipment, and that it is rather expensive. In Norway, we started with computer forensics in 2008, and we have since then built our own education because we couldn't find something to fit upon the open market. So we have an education in Norway that spends over 3 years, when you have classes 3 times and then practice in between with experienced personnel. And that has worked very well for us. And of course, it costs some money to build it up, but it is more cost effective in the end, I think. After we have implemented the computer forensics into the tax audits, we have come along a lot of cases that we would not have found without the use of computer forensics. To start with fictitious invoicing, I guess we have the same problem as we do here in Norway in the construction industry, where computer forensics can establish that there have been no contact between the actors in the business, and then we can conclude that the invoices are fictitious. We have also had cases with phantomware in cash register systems, especially a software called Restodata, which is used all over the world, I guess. There have been similar cases in Sweden and the Netherlands, and also Denmark, I think, have had cases with that software. Phantomware is a built-in component to the software that depress the income. It cannot be seen in the manuals or in the graphical user interface, so it's very difficult to find. And if you did an ordinary tax audit, you would not find it at all. In Norway, we had a sentencing last fall when the owner of 6 restaurants in central Oslo got 6 years imprisonment for using this phantomware in the cash register. I would also like to raise awareness about legal regulatory accounting systems. When we are collecting data in an ordinary audit, you usually ask for a report. But when you use computer forensics, you have the ability to dig deeper into the system. We've had cases in Norway where the company have had different databases for each purpose. They had a database for the tax audit, they had a database for the stock exchange, and they had a database for the bank, and they had one database for the real situation. If we had just asked for a report, we would have gotten a report from the tax auditing database, and we would not have seen all the others. And this was a large company that was registered on the Norwegian Stock Exchange. So I would very much say that computer forensics has improved the ability to work with tax audits in Norway. Thank you.
Merci, Madame Gris. Nous allons donc, en fait, nous venons de terminer avec nos 3 panélistes. Bon, très rapidement, parce qu'on m'indique que le temps nous est très imparti. Très rapidement, ce qu'on peut dire après ces 3 présentations, essentiellement, c'est que sur la base de l'expérience de l'Ouganda, de Swatini et même de la Norvège, nous voyons clairement la corrélation qu'il y a entre l'adoption de la science et de la technologie avec l'amélioration sensible et très significative des recettes fiscales ainsi que de la conformité fiscale. Et cela étant, je pense que c'est, comme on dit, un takeaway pour cette session. Et pour terminer, je vais donc remercier les 3 panélistes ainsi que les interprètes, effectivement, qui nous ont aidés, et repasser donc la parole à M. Toulani pour la suite de notre session. M. Toulani, la parole est à vous. Merci bien et également à tout le reste. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Perhaps I could use the remaining 5 minutes of this session just to take some feedback from the Q&A as well as the chat box. There are 2 questions posed. One is specific to Mr. Masilela, which is how have you managed to tackle the political pushback in Eswatini, given the relationship between tax evaders and PEPs you mentioned? And then the second question is that can be posed to any of the panelists is how do you observe in the practice of tax any invasions or infractions that take place in digital transactions? So I'll ask Mr. Masilela to be brief in 2 minutes in answering that question, and then any colleague can step into answer.
Okay, thank you, Tulani, and I hope I am still audible. Maybe the simple answer to the question is we don't quite contend with that kind of issue that much in the Kingdom of Eswatini, for the simple reason that our political structure is somewhat different from what you see in other places. We happen to sit very close to a country where such issues are pronounced, and I think the story of the so-called rogue unit in SARS is very well documented, and that is the phenomenon that one was alluding to. But we have a lot of good support from our Minister for Finance, because that is the main person that we interface with in relation to these issues. So thank you very much for that question.
Thank you. And colleagues, would anyone like to step in answering how do we observe in practice tax infractions that take place in digital transactions?
Thank you. Let me take that on. For one of the tools that we use, like for example, is in a case of cell suppression, when you identify like extra software has been added, maybe to adjust the cells that have been made like phantomware. It's one of an indication to show how some of the cells, the infractions are actually carried out. And also in our case, we've been able to identify like 2 sets of accounts where you find that taxpayers have like separate an account created for the company, and then the other is specifically for the tax authorities, with some transactions actually missing. In the case of Uganda, we've implemented like IFRIS, which is electronic fiscal receipting, so that the authority can be able to reduce on that risk.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that answer, and thanks for the panelists for giving us their time and their expertise. Once again, I'd like to thank the chair of session 5 for keeping us on time and for allowing us that space to ask those 2 questions. Colleagues, we move to our penultimate session of the day and of our gathering. This is session 6. It's called Assessing and Improving the Performance of Tax Systems. And this will be a session that is chaired by Professor Emmanuel, the Executive Secretary of the African Capacity Building Foundation. And the panel features Mr. Sekgolos Lekau, the Commissioner General of Botswana Unified Revenue Service, Ms. Bernie Smith, who's a Senior Regional Advisor on Public Finance and Tax Team at the FCDO of the United Kingdom, Mr. Maimbo Nyanga, a Senior Economist at the Tarat Secretariat, and Ms. Geneba, who is the Deputy Commissioner General of the National Revenue Authority of Sierra Leone. I'd like to hand over to Professor Nadozi to take us through the panel. The floor is yours, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Tulani. For some reason, I do have what I'm seeing on my screen. I can't see myself, but I don't. Okay, now it's better. Okay, thank you for this opportunity. Let me begin by thanking the organizers, ATAF, African Union Commission, and the AfDB for inviting me to this very important meeting, and all protocols observed, and in particular my brother Logan, who has seen it wise to get me in this meeting. Let me begin by saying that what everybody knows, that is pretty much obvious, that worldwide, the activities of government, including provision of or delivery of public services, rely on taxes they collect from their citizens mostly, and businesses. But with the COVID-19 outbreak, African countries face urgent need for additional resources to respond to the pandemic while financing development agendas guided by the Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Given the prevailing situations that is hampering domestic resource mobilization, I guess the key question that we can ask periodically is to how do we periodically conduct assessments of tax systems by harnessing relevant data and information from within and outside the tax administration. So the purpose of this session is to discuss the results achieved using different tax diagnostic tools for assessing the tax administration efficiency, and also to provide recommendations for improving the performance of tax systems in Africa. So several questions will be asked, but given that we have, time is of essence here, I'm going to try to be able to summarize them very quickly, and would also urge the panelists who have been introduced to be mindful of time so that we can not only talk about efficiency of tax administration, but we also talk about the efficiency of our panelists and session. And so also to make sure that we have a fair and efficient session. Why is it important to assess the efficiency of tax administration? What is the relevance and importance of using various diagnostic tools to assess the health of tax administration? What is the place of comparative performance measurement of tax administration in decision making? And how can countries leverage existing efficiency at the global and regional level? And what are the requirements to adequately assess the efficiency of tax administration? So, however, I'm told that to kickstart the session or this discussion, we have a kickoff presentation on evaluation of tax administration efficiency of ATAF member countries. Tax Administration Diagnostic Assessment Tool, TADAT, the findings and the data envelopment analysis. This is to be done by the research department. Please, I'll urge once again that we try to be as brief as possible so that we can accommodate everybody within the time that's allotted for this session. So over to you, the research department of ATAF.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I hope you can hear me and you can see my presentation. Please confirm.
Yes, I can see it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this. We're going to be very brief. We're going to present the assessing and improving the performance of tax systems. The presentation is going to be done by myself. I'm Alexandra Gojlovic from GSZ, and by my colleague, Frankie Mubuyamba from ATAF. This is the structure of presentation. We're going to briefly start with the introduction, then we're going to present the findings of the two projects. So one is the African Tax Outlook project. This is going to be done by my colleague Frankie. Then we're going to go look into the main results of the data and development analysis, the research that was recently done by ATAF Research Department. And we're going to go to concluding remarks. When it comes to introduction, the improvement of tax systems is underpinned by having the necessary data, analytical tools to evaluate the performance of the tax system and reducing the areas of focus for reforms. There are various tax administration assessment tools, such as the ATAF's African Tax Outlook project, the one that we're going to hear today, OECD FTA maturity models, revenue administration gap, TADAT, tax administration fiscal blueprints by the EU, Tax Diamond by the World Bank Group, and so on. These tools use a wide range of data to measure the performance of tax administrations and can be used collectively on the one side or individually to assess various aspects of a tax system. Now we're going to hear the main and preliminary findings of the 2020 African Tax Outlook project. Frankie, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex, and good morning, everyone. I'm Frankie Mbuyamba from ATAF Secretariat. As Alex well said, thank you. As Alex well said, I'll be presenting some of the findings of the African Tax Outlook. But before that, I'll be talking about the ATO data. As earlier this day, I heard Mrs. Akolu said, data is a gold mine for tax administration. So data is very important, as we understand from that statement. That's why since 2015-16, embarked in this project, because we understood that data was supposed to be a key foundation when tax administration has to take some of the important decisions. So with the African Tax Outlook, we know that it serves what we call an evidence-based recommendation to assist the reforms on tax policy and more importantly on tax administration. So here, with the data that we collect, so far we had 35 countries with whom we have been able to collect data from a period of 2010 until 2019. That's what result we are presenting, while we are in the process of collecting also data for 2020. So with this data, we came to the conclusion of produce the African Tax Outlook as a publication, but we didn't want to stop there. As we have seen the importance of data, we wanted to open it to a wider public, and we used what we call the Etf Data Bank now. So, but for us to rely on the data that we collect, and as you know, it's from 35 member countries, and now for a long period, which is 10 years now, what we really want to do, it was to invest so that the accuracy of data of the tax statistic, it's of if I can say, of good integrity. So the data that we're collecting, we know that over the time, there might be some of the adjustment, but we're trying to do it so that it remains relevant. And also an importance, a capital element that we need to emphasize, it is the definition of the indicators. And those indicators, we know 35 countries are collecting the data, so we have to harmonize the indicators. We have to make sure that the indicators that we have, knowing that the data are coming from the main source that we have, it is the tax administration for these 35 countries. But out of the tax administration, we collect the data which can be coming from third party, which might be some other agencies such as the National Statistic Office, the Social Security Contribution Office, and so on. For data like Social Security, data like population and the labor force, these are other agencies that we have to get information. But the main or the primary source of the information is tax administration. So within the tax administration, we understand that they have to invest in this office of tax statistic, so that the data that you have, it has the high integrity, high accuracy, the level that is needed, so that we can produce something which is reliable for tax administration. It is reliable for decisions that need to be taken. So without a further ado, also the result that we present in the ATO, we make sure that it's a result that are comparable among other tools that are out there. we use, first of all, it's tax administration, they have that possibility to compare themselves with other peers. So we use to improve the cross-country comparison and also a regional comparison. That why within the tax outlook publication, we have been able to group different countries in the economic community groupings, so that we can also make some of the comparison at that level. And also we use the TADAT as an important tool for comparison. TADAT, I have already set a number of standards that when we get the result, it's easy for us to compare. And if we can move to the next slide, Alex. Thank you. So with that also, here I'm presenting to you that the process that we're using at ATAF, we have what we call the African Tax Outlook online data portal. That portal, it was primary only be used to collect data so that we can produce the African Tax Outlook as a tool that countries can use themselves to compare them, as I've said. But also we realize that this data can be useful. That's why we have now, earlier this year, if you can you recall, we launched the Etf Data Bank. As you know, the Etf Data Bank is a brief summary of that ATO data portal. And we use it because it displays and describes tax administration and customs data and a number of macroeconomic data of all these 35 countries. But out of that also, we use the ATO online data portal to conduct another number of surveys, such as the data collection surveys and so on. And also during this year, maybe we'll be able to produce also what we call the country profile, which will provide country data at the national level still, but that will be used for also to provide a concise policy information and some of the fiscal context for those who need to invest in the country or those who needed to do country mission. So can we move to the next one? Here, what I've been able to do, here we have some of the key results that we have come out in the in the African tax outlook. So some of the key results are on ATO this year, the 2020 ATO publication. We only want to present some of the key findings which are more presenting the fiscal context, which is presenting the tax, the tax administrations, the 35 tax administrations that we have conducted in the publication. So for 2020, the ATO tax revenue, there have been growth. For the period of 10 years that we have been collecting data, we have observed a certain growth in the revenue collection. As we know, the overall importance of the data, if we all know, it is to mobilize revenue, tax revenue. But when we observe the GDP growth over these 35 countries in the ATO publication, we have observed that there have been growth of the GDP over the period, but the growth of tax revenue was more buoyant than the growth that we observe in the GDP, except with the year 2013 as well as the year 2016, where we had more growth in GDP compared to the growth that we had in tax revenue. And also, exception to this, we note that at the beginning, it was tax revenue was more buoyant than the GDP. But toward the end, we observe it's a slightly higher growth that we observe in tax revenue compared to the GDP growth. Can we move to tax to GDP ratio? Tax to GDP ratio also, it's a measure that we use that can be compared, and it's widely used, globally used, when we're looking at the efficiency of one tax administration of one country's capability of collecting tax revenue compared to the other countries. So the tax performance of the ATO member countries we have observed over the period. At the beginning, it was quite higher, but we have observed lately, compared to last year, we had now 15.4% compared to 15.1% in 2018. And here the main reason we have noted that it is due to some of the growth that we have observed in tax to GDP for Lesotho, Mozambique, Namibia, Senegal, and Seychelles. And the highest country efficient in tax revenue, in tax to GDP ratio was Seychelles with 34.1, while in 2018, it was at around 28, 29. And following by Namibia, who also have shown growth to go to move to 29.1, as well as I think Mozambique also show growth. But also the lowest countries who recorded the lowest tax to GDP was Nigeria with 5.1. And we also made a certain analysis around the regional grouping where we observed it was in the SADC region, which that region registers an average which was higher of 18.8% of tax to GDP, following by the Central African Community, Economic Community state, which was the lowest, I say, of 9.5%. And the East African Community had also a significant improvement in this measure, which was 4.3% higher than the beginning. Can we move to Tax Freedom Day in ATO countries? Another measure that we have introduced that we have not used previously, it was the Tax Freedom Day in the ATO countries. So it is a measure where we're trying to look at when the taxpayer in a country, in a nation, have been theoretically able to earn now their own income after paying tax to the government. And here it's this Tax Freedom Day, it's an analysis where we look at the revenue collected in the countries over the 365 days that we have over the year. And on average, we had seen that it takes 56 days for the ATO member countries to pay tax revenue. So the remaining days, which is almost more than 10 months, it's now taxpayer in the ATO countries are working for themselves. But we record the highest countries to have so many days in order for them to pay. It was the countries that have the highest tax to GDP ratio, which was Seychelles. That could take more than 120 days for them, for the taxpayer in Seychelles to start now working for their own pocket. And the lowest countries that we was observed, which has more or less 20 days, it was Nigeria. It takes the taxpayer in Nigeria to work for 20 days and they can be able to pay their due to the government, and the remaining days over the year, it's gonna be for their own pocket. And to finish, I also want to present to you the tax structure in the ATO countries, looking at the different tax aid in the ATO countries, where we name the VAT, the personal income tax, the corporate income tax, the import duty, the excise, and other domestic tax and other customs. So as we have seen and observed since at the beginning of the period of our data collection, we note that since 2010 until today, the VAT is still the main contributor in the revenue of the government, when following by VAT, following by the PIT with 18%. VAT in 2019 was 80%, following by PIT with 18, and CIT 17.8. We have seen a huge increase in the CIT contribution, which start from 15, and today it's almost 18%. And the three main contributors, which are VAT, PIT, and CIT, for the three of them already, we have all more or less 70% of tax revenue. Can we move to the share now between the domestic and customs revenue? That is provided and by countries, you can see, but just on average, we note more or less 65%. It is domestic tax revenue compared to customs revenue of 35%. But we have noted few countries, such as Nigeria, have the highest share of domestic tax revenue, which is 86%. That means more, and given a dependence on CIT revenue. And the Gambia, Madagascar, and Namibia are the only countries with customs revenue that is more than 50%. To finish with tax revenue, as the government is collecting in these few countries, I only presented a few, I think 12 of 13 countries, because these are the countries from which we have collected the revenue that has been dislocated by different sectors in the economy. And it was noted more of the revenue is from the tertiary sectors. Like on average, we have over 50% is coming from the tertiary sectors, following by the secondary sectors, and after that, the mining sector. But the countries like Nigeria have a high revenue contribution from mining and mining sectors, and Mozambique as well as Zambia. I think that's all from my side. I will invite Alex to continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Frankie. I will be very quick in the next 3 to 5 minutes to present you the results of the data envelopment analysis. DEA is a mathematical modeling methodology, or it can be called as the linear programming technique, used to finding optimal set of relative weights that will give the highest possible efficiency ratio of outputs to inputs for the units being evaluated. You will see during the presentation that the efficient units are identified by the efficiency score equal to 1 or 100%, while less efficient units are identified by an efficiency score less than 1. In our research, we included 30 ATAF member countries. This is the country that we have enough data to conduct the analysis. 3 types of analysis have been conducted. One is the DEA constant return to scale output oriented analysis. We actually looked into to maximize the level of output with using the current level of input with a constant return of scale condition. Also, we conducted the DEA window analysis. So we wanted to monitor the changes in efficiency over the time, as well as the bilateral analysis to compare the units of the 2 groups that operate in various conditions. You can see the years that we actually covered here, as well as the software that we used. Here on this slide, you can see the input and output elements and parameters that we use. There are 5 inputs and 4 output elements, starting from the total cost of tax administration to the operational cost, total number of staff, and so on. And on the output side, basically all parameters that are reflecting the revenue performance of tax administration. Here the result and descriptive statistic of efficiency score for the year 2019. So what we obtained as a result that 50% of 15 out of 30 administrations, actually 50% of the units were less efficient. You can see here all the actually tax administrations that achieved the score below 1. You can see on the frequency and 15 of them. However, if you include the 4 decision-making units with the efficiency scores of 0.8 to 0.99 between in the range of these scores into the group of the efficient, we come up with the result of 36.7 of less efficient units or revenue administration in this context. Another level, just as an example, in the paper, it is also presented for each country. As you can see here, they are marked as the decision-making unit, the score that they obtained and the rank that they obtained. So you can see, just as an example, Cote d'Ivoire and Rwanda, they scored below 1, 0.79, which is 79% of relative efficiency comparing to all other units, and 55%, which brings them into the group or relatively less efficient unit. Another analysis that we conducted, and it's very interesting that for each less efficient unit on the left side presented, starting from Eswatini, Lesotho, and so on, there are group of efficient units, they are presented on the right side, that basically create the benchmark, the reference set for less efficient unit. As an example here, for instance, for the Eswatini, the peer unit is composed of 3 units, belong to Cameroon, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And the greatest influence in the composition of peer unit had Zambia, because the weight you can see here is 0.106, followed by the Cameroon, 0.097, and Zimbabwe. So in creating the sets of inputs and outputs that can bring them into the group of efficient units, they actually have to use the reference set or the benchmark for the efficient, relatively efficient units. And the last result that we obtain, and I'm going to conclude in 2 minutes, is that for each less efficient units, there is a projection of input and output that have to be changed in order to become relatively efficient. So as an example here, you can see that in the case of Eswatini, they don't need to change the input to, which is, let's say, operational costs and the number of VAT taxpayers and the total number of staff. This should remain the same, but they have to reduce the total cost of tax administration on one side and the number of corporate income taxpayers by a percentage that you can see here, but significantly to improve the performance on the output side, actually ranging from 0.3 to 1.6 times. 1.6 actually refer to the corporate income tax. So basically the recommendation would be to look into the performance of the corporate income tax and what has to be done there in order to improve efficiency and to bring them basically into the group of the relatively efficient unit. Also, we look at the efficiency over the time. This is the DEA window analysis that I said, and we observed that the average efficiency of these 30 tax administrations over the period of 4 years, from 16 to 19, increased by 4.1%. For the same period of time, the tax to GDP ratio, also the one that Frankie presented, increased by 0.44%. So what we concluded is actually there is a likely correlation between more efficient tax administration, which is measured in this case by the DEA analysis, and higher tax to GDP ratio. Of course, this has to be observed how this is going to be reflected during the COVID-19 era. The last 2 slides, it is very important actually to look into the main reasons of less efficiency. So basically DEA can serve here to identify what are the main reasons for inefficiency. Also, it can be done separately for the different groups of tax administration, and it can be also with the new data, with the new information that we can obtain. And this is why many panelists before mentioned that the data is actually a goal, that this analysis can be repeated and new policy recommendations can be provided. As a concluding remarks, we say that assessing the efficiency of tax administration matters, that we should do the periodically conduct the diagnostic assessment that we actually enable by harnessing relevant data. And it is also very important to combine the different diagnostic tools, not only to use the one, because we will not have enough, let's say, information, especially for decision makers to make the relevant decisions. And lastly, we should learn from each other. This is why the peer learning remains very crucial. And the tax reform is a continuous process. Even though for the ones that operate efficiently, they should also continue to reform and to see where are the, let's say, the areas for improvement. Also, as we mentioned, tax data and statistics matter. So we also want to encourage all countries to provide the data in order to be able to conduct more analysis, not only for us, but also for researchers and for whoever is interested to look into the data. This is why what Frankie mentioned, ATAF Data Bank, is very important, that we can access all this information. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, over to you.
Thank you very much, colleagues from the ATAF Research Unit, for this presentation. I was hoping that since efficiency is a very important thing for tax administrations, and we're emphasizing it, that we also were going to be a bit more efficient in our own panel, so that we reduce the pressure on time, because I do have four panelists who are going to be intervening and responding to questions that I would ask. So in the interest of time, I won't try to summarize the presentations, because I'm also hoping that the participants can receive the PowerPoint. Let me go to the panelists now and begin by saying that I would ask questions, and then there'll be, in responding, distinguished panelists, please endeavor to provide us concrete and specific examples, as well as actionable recommendations for each of the questions. Let me begin with Mr. Alekawa Segolo. There's already an increased pressure on tax administrations to increase their efficiency in coming years to reverse the decline in tax revenues. This would require African countries to think outside the box. From your experience, does the pressure to increase efficiency mainly come from outside of the organization? Example, taxpayers asking for better service, or the government asking to collect more revenue, or from inside the organization? Example, for instance, based on the data and internal analysis, or the necessity to increase the efficiency of core tax functions. And also, what are the main challenges that the Botswana Unified Revenue Service still face in terms of efficiency, and what measures have been undertaken to improve it? Mr. Segolo, you have the floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you very much, and good afternoon to colleagues around the world. In Botswana is afternoon. I'm sure somewhere is morning. But having said that, Chair, let me start by thanking ATAF for giving Botswana the opportunity to be part of this high-level meeting. And having said that, let me start by Chair indicating that there are two instruments which can be used to fund governments: taxes or debt. Based on cost-benefit analysis, the stakes are in favor of taxes to fund the country's development. It is therefore indisputable that the efficacy of a tax system is central to a government's fiscal stability and sustainability. It is therefore, let me say that the advent of COVID-19, as we know, led to the closure of international borders and subsequent erosion of trade taxes and decimated key sectors of economies, such as mining and tourism, especially for Botswana. The challenge therefore remains for revenue administrations to collect the much needed revenue for countries to continue to meet their developmental and societal aspirations. This therefore calls for African countries to adopt robust domestic resource mobilization strategies and policies and gravitate towards a digital future for purposes of generating reliable data through the use of smart technologies and tools in the revenue collection. Let me say, having said that, Chair, it has become increasingly evident that data, as previous speakers have indicated, is the new gold for revenue administrations. It is the new gold for the revenue administrations because it facilitates informed decision-making throughout the tax administration value chain and subsequently informs areas that require redress, or improvement. At BRS, let me say, we align ourselves with the use of tax administration assessment tools, as just has been presented, the African Tax Outlook. We are also currently doing the TADAT, just to demonstrate that we value this tax administration tool, assessment tools, because they will basically allow us to know where we are benchmarked in the community of nations. I would therefore want to say, Chair, that our experiences in participating in the use of these tax assessment tools, makes it imperative that there has to be, reliable data. In other words, our experience when we're doing the OTA, as we continue to participate, is the inconsistency of data, unreliable tax registers, and unavailability of disaggregated data. And it's for this reason that I want Chair to submit that we need to standardize business systems and design templates to facilitate appropriate classification of data categories, as well as develop a universal dictionary of terminologies in use. This will ensure consistent comparison across tax jurisdictions. And I'm saying this because sometimes you wonder how a country has scored more, when your own assessment is that it could be lower. But I think it's because really we don't have a standardized platform. And therefore it is imperative that we harmonize data requirements. I was intrigued yesterday when the secretary, the executive secretary, Logan Watt, presented, in making the opening remarks, indicated that it is imperative that African tax administration should look at having a common tool that will assist them, at a common tax, system that will basically assist them. And then we can maybe contribute towards the research and development and coming up with an ICT system for African tax administrations. Chair, let me quickly jump to the issues that you have put to my table. And the question that you have put across to me is that of, increased efficiency. Does it come from outside or does it come from inside? So the pressure for increased efficiency in tax administration, I would submit that it is coming from both outside and inside. Taxpayers indeed want a better service. And I think it's even more, critical during the COVID, pandemic, because taxpayers still don't want to be, the social distancing and all that is a challenge to all of us. And therefore they would want to take advantage and request that we service them better by, moving to the ICT platforms. Government, on the other hand, yes, continues to say to us as, revenue administrations that, yes, we want the revenue. And therefore, the only way we can collect all the revenues that otherwise are due, especially during this time, is to basically, go on an efficiency drive that will certainly bail us out. But inside also, and inside, it is very clear that, the data that we have, the data that we analyze, basically points out to inefficiencies in the way we do things, process re-engineering and all that. And that basically puts a lot of pressure on us. So the efficiency equation is not an efficiency equation from the outside, it is also from the inside as we embark on, re-engineering our processes. Let me also maybe take advantage and talk to the issue that we have raised, the main challenges that we face, as BRS, in terms of efficiency, and what measures are we taking to improve improve that. I would also, using the study that we have, ATO, and using the World Bank Group study, it is clear that we have a declining VAT collection. Our collection performance is not very good. And therefore, what it basically means is that we need to up the game. And this is an issue of efficiency as we look at this matter, because we want to believe that, unless we bring everybody, into the tax net, who otherwise has to contribute to the VAT coffers, we cannot measure to expectation. The data that I have indicates that compared to other emerging market economies, Botswana ranks lowly in terms of VAT contribution to total revenue, with an average VAT contribution of 16%, over a period of 5 years. Whereas the average for sub-Saharan Africa is around 30%. This is as per the World Bank Group. And I want to bring this up because it is important that we keep benchmarking, with other jurisdictions. If these reports are not available, if ATO is not available, the ATO report, we will certainly not be in a position to know whether we are doing well or we are doing badly relative to the sub-Saharan African countries. So I think this is what I want to bring out, that, this issue of the assessment tools with the results published, like for the OTA, we need to really participate and, be proud of that, so that we could, measure ourselves. And where we find that we are lagging behind, we must take the corrective actions so that we are not of disservice to our economies or to our nation. But in terms of the mitigation, Chair, we basically have embarked on a tax gap study to establish where the leakages are. And we have got new initiatives such as the introduction of electronic billing machines, which we have commenced to improve our VAT performance. We are also, engaging with government for purposes of rationalizing the tax expenditure in this regard. There are a lot of zero rates and exemptions.
Please wrap up, because time is against us.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. But I'll just basically maybe quickly highlight the other challenges that we have. The issue of non-compliance by taxpayers, the underreporting. And here we had an interesting case where we had a problem with gray imports. And using the science model that was presented by Uganda, where you use the forensics to basically, overcome the syndicates, we managed to discover that they were using false invoices, and therefore using the science-based model, we were able to bust the scheme, and we collected, 45 million kula worth of assessed taxes, relating to this matter. The other issue that we are also faced with is that of the tax information management systems. We had to, in the recent years, come up with more modern, ICT infrastructure. We have a new customs management system, and we have got a new tax management system. And we want to believe that these systems are very important for purposes of ensuring taxpayer compliance. And therefore, we continue currently engaging with critical stakeholders, because we want to do the interfacing so that we can end up with the populating, for instance, automatic population of tax returns for the corporates and individuals. The other issue,
Mr. Sigolo, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you again. If time remains at the end, we'll give you a bit more chance to finish that. In fairness,
okay, because I was just going to be, yes, I was going to be just indicating that the COVID impact has also been with us here, especially in Botswana. The diamonds are not sailing, tourism is not here, but we have to now use other, other platforms to raise revenue. And then we have got new age issues, basically the issues of the digital economy. How do we deal with all this complex, environment that has surfaced? So I take it that in terms of the mitigation,
okay,
I must report that.
Mr. Secretary, I'm going to call on Ms. Bernie Smith to give us some information on issues related to the key factors and institutional, factors that must be put in place at tax administration, Ministry of Finance, National Statistics Office, to build comparable quality revenue statistics, crucial to inform sustainable tax systems reforms and increase domestic resource mobilization in the continent. And also the efforts that must be put in place to reduce the data collection burden on tax officials. You have the floor, Madam. Please go ahead. 5 minutes or less. Are you there, Ms. Bernie? Ms. Bernie Smith? Yeah, Ms. Bernie Smith, are you connected or not? Or should I just move on to the next speaker because we're running out of time? Okay, if we're able to look at her, then in the process.
Yes, Chair, she is connected. She should be intervening.
Okay.
Hi there.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Please, Madam, if you can give us a very rapid and short version of your discussion and go straight to the answers, I would really appreciate it. I'm sorry, it's unfair on you, but would very much appreciate it. Yeah.
I will do, Professor. Thank you very much.
But
Thank you to
ATAF. I
ATAF.
think your microphone is muted, maybe.
Bernie, if you could select the interpretation tab, select English and mute original audio for us. We still can't hear you. So if you can select on the interpretation tab, select the language English, and then once again, select mute original audio.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Great. Okay, thank you. Thank you, I'm here. Thank you, Professor, and I will try and be brief. And thank you again to ATAF for inviting me to speak today. So you asked about the factors that are necessary to collect good revenue statistics and good revenue data. And you asked about institutional, human capacity, technology, etc. And so for me, the most important of those are the institutional factors. Because to get good revenue statistics, as you said, it's not just from the Ministry of Revenue or from the Revenue Authority, but we also need information from the Ministry of Finance and potentially from the Office of Statistics in order to collate and in order to collaborate between, in order to check that the figures are correct between those departments. And what we find in most places is that the relationships between those different government departments aren't perfect in every country, I think. And so the question is, why not? Why are there difficulties working between different government departments, and why do we have data sharing issues between government departments? And so for my personal view is that there are a couple of factors for these. The first is that we're working in the field of taxpayer data, which is confidential by its nature and therefore fairly controversial, fairly difficult to work with, because we need to protect it. Because if we break the trust between the taxpayer and the Ministry of Revenue, it's very difficult to rebuild. So naturally, we're working in a field where we feel protective of our data and we don't want to share it unnecessarily. And then also, I think just generally, relations between government departments in most countries tend to be quite difficult for many historical reasons. And we don't just see this in relation to revenue statistics. So for example, when we're looking at what, how to proceed with illicit financial flows and what holds us back in those areas, what we often find is the problems of data sharing between government departments are one of the biggest blockers. And in fact, I observe that often a revenue authority will share data with another revenue authority in another country more smoothly than between between other government departments in its own country. So what can we do about this? On the institutional side, we can, you can have a policy partnership. You can have a partnership between, in particular, between the Revenue Authority and the Ministry of Finance. And this, you know, we have these in several countries and they work, you know, they can work better and better. And there's a formal side, there's the legislative side where you have the gateways for share and MOUs for sharing information between departments. And then you also have the practice of building up a relationship of trust. So for me, that's the most important thing, the institutional. But of course, you need the human capacity is important. You need people not just who can collect data, but who can also analyze it and understand it and use it for the best purposes. And then you need the technology to support that as well. But of course, all these things I'm saying, these are important for collecting good revenue statistics. They're also important just for good running of a revenue authority. So I think then we take a step back and we go to your second question and we say, you know, why are we doing this and how do we make sure that collecting these statistics isn't a burden on tax administrations? So we know that there's a proliferation now of diagnostic tools and reports. So we've got, as as was mentioned at the beginning, we've got the maturity models from the OECD, the GAP reports, the World Bank Diamond product, we've got the TADAT, the fiscal blueprints from the EU. And then on the reporting side, we've got the ATO and the ATI and ISORA. And in 2020, our colleagues at NORAD in Norway produced a report on the different tools and reports. And if you haven't seen it, I recommend it to you. It's on the internet. They looked through all of them. And one of the things that really struck me was one of the countries who've been using these tools talked about how they'd come to select certain tools to use. And what they said is this had been partly driven, I'm quoting, by development partners demanding diagnostics as guidance for financing reforms, partly to improve performance and partly to raise awareness internally on good international practice for tax administrations. So for me, the challenge is getting the balance of that right. You're partly producing these figures and statistics because you're obliged to internationally, but you also need to make sure that you're using them internally to the best effect. And that's how we can be most efficient when we're doing this. And so that's the first challenge for the Revenue Authority. And then the second challenge is for the international organizations and donors who are compiling and collecting these. And what the NORAD report concluded was that international organizations and donors must be aware that uncoordinated development and updated tools and frameworks may lead to duplication and increased compliance burden for revenue administrations. So that's the challenge for the people making these tools and collecting this information. We need to be coordinated and we must make sure that we do updates and so on in a sequenced way. Otherwise, we push the burden onto the revenue authorities. Those are my remarks. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. I would have liked to summarize the really good, important points that you have made. But I'm looking at time and we're about to run out of time. But yes. I would like that Tulani to advise me on this because I still have 2 interventions that are coming.
Professor, please have those 2 interventions and then we will close the session in 20 minutes time. So at 1/4 the hour is your target.
Thank you very much for that. I was generous to the ATAF Secretariat because of the importance of their presentation, but usually I'm stricter with time than this one, but I appreciate the opportunity. The things that I gathered from Madam Smith is the centrality of or the importance of institutional factors affecting the collection of statistics, as well as the need for partnership and better coordination and building relationships and trust, and also the importance of human capacity. And you will understand that as an organization, ACBF, the African Capacity Building Foundation, is always interested when capacity is mentioned. Now, let me switch real quickly to the next presenter, the next panelist, excuse me. And this is Mr. Mai Bonyanga, to talk about the sort of things that is going on with this assessment issue. To date, many African countries have undertaken TADAT assessments. How have these assessments helped improve the efficiency and effectiveness of their tax administrations? And how does TADAT help drive forward the critical global investment of increasing the financial independence of African countries? TADAT is a comprehensive tool to assess the performance of tax administrations. How can it be combined with other diagnostic tools to assist in decision-making, especially in light of what Mrs. Smith just mentioned in her own intervention? Please, over to you. Be mindful of time, please. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, ATAF, for the invitation. Thank you, Professor. So far, we've had about 111 tax administration assessments, TADAT assessments. Of those, 21 have been at the sub-national level, and we've had about 8 countries do repeat TADATs. So in trying to answer the question on how TADAT has helped tax administration become efficient and effective, I'll go back to what the purpose of TADAT is all about. Well, in a nutshell, once you have a TADAT assessment, you will understand what is it that is working in your tax administration and what does not work. And so once you know what is working, then you keep doing that. And when you know what is not working, you start focusing on setting the reform objectives. You establish what your priorities are, and given that we don't have a lot of resources, even most advanced tax administration, you decide how you are going to sequence the implementation of your reforms. What we have seen is that with the TADAT, you are able to better design, coordinate, and monitor your tax administration reforms. So you kind of reinforce the design of your reform initiatives. An example which I want to use is Uganda. In 2015, Uganda was one of the first few countries that undertook a TADAT assessment. And I'll talk about it since their reports, it's one of the few countries that has made the TADAT public. One of the findings was that in risk management, both in terms of compliance and institutional risk management, they were not doing so well. Of course, they had the basics, but using the TADAT, they decided to embark on far-reaching reforms. And when they had the repeat assessment in 2019, they were able to, I think in risk management, they are one of the few countries that has attained what we basically call good international practice. And then the other way this tool helps bring about efficiency and effectiveness. We have seen it in a number of countries that they have embedded the methodology in their regular performance monitoring, reporting, and accountability frameworks. If you look at TADAT, there are certain indicators which tax administrations are supposed to be implementing as business as usual. For example, the tool will be able to see, you're able to know how many registered taxpayers you have in a tax administration. And those registered taxpayers have got obligations. So every month you should be able to know how many taxpayers have filed, so that an obligation is determined, how many have made payments, how many have you identified. For example, it's not just an issue of you going to identify the taxpayer to register new taxpayers, but have they been meeting their obligations? So it helps you as a management tool. And also there are certain areas where you can start monitoring compliance behavior. For example, like in audit, you would have gone to audit the taxpayers. Are you able to, those you've audited, what extra revenues did you raise, or there was nothing, or the assessment you came up with, did you eventually collect? Have you seen any change in behavior and so on. Then the other benefit we have seen is that, like I think at the end of the day, the TADAT gives you a baseline. And this baseline is used in two ways. One, having been a tax administrator myself years back in Zambia, one of the things which used to happen is we would go for all these conferences and you hear these countries doing this, maybe they are doing issues of transfer pricing, then you jump on that. So once you have your baseline, you know what is it that you are not doing. So even in terms of looking for help, say from the donor, the development partners, the technical assistant providers, you have a framework which you are going to use. So so tax administrations now have got a structured way of seeking for help, and then those numbers we get, they give you, they become reform targets. So you are able to monitor how you are progressing. And for me, most important is that TADAT, unlike many diagnostic tools, it's kind of what I would call guided self-assessment. Usually what happens is we do training first, we make sure our tax administrators understand what is it that we are assessing. So when the assessment is ongoing, the tax administration understands why they are scoring or why they are performing the way they are, and it brings about ownership. So it's not an issue of experts jetting in, come in the boardroom, tell you this is what you must do. So you kind of start developing ownership of the whole reform program. And then if we have to look at how TADAT is helping drive the critical global movement of increasing financial independence of African countries, well, TADAT gives you a 360 degrees view of how your taxpayers are performing and behaving. Because if you do not, for example, know your taxpayers, you don't know how much you are able to collect from them. So so basically it checks how the engine is working. So if the engine is working, you are able to drive. So if your taxpayers are performing or not performing and you have intervention measures, you are able to collect revenues and so on. And one of the other things we've done, I said we have 21 subnational assessments. So we've had a number of them in Nigeria, Brazil, and we've had 8 in Kenya. So the tool is not only helping government mobilize revenues at the federal or national level, but we have gone down to the subnational levels, to the local authorities, so that they are also able to acquire adequate resources, adequate revenues to provide the public goods to the citizens in those counties, in those states, and so on. So in that way, if the whole system is performing, then like the desires of the ADIS initiative, where you want to mobilize revenues, this too is basically helping you attain those goals. And then I'll end with how TADAT can combine with other diagnostic tools. So what has been happening is that we go in, we do a TADAT assessment so the country knows where it is. So there are certain areas, for example, where there could be quick wins. The tax administration is able to start making the right decisions on what to do. And then our other partners also have tools. For example, within the IMF, we have the medium-term revenue strategy. So what happens once we have TADAT, for the post-TADAT, the technical assistant advisors move in using the results from TADAT to start coming up with reform programs. Even the World Bank is doing the same with Tax Diamond. And also, for example, we look at whether you have the gap study analysis. So if you don't have that, then you know that maybe you need it's time you have your gap study analysis. So TADAT gives you a strategic overview of where you are. Then these other tools can now be used at the drill down level to see what are the areas that require your intervention. So for now, I'll end here. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Maimbo, for this interesting intervention. What I get from you is that it's very important for you not to have a solution looking for a problem. You should find out what is working first and what is not working. And so at least you reinforce what is working and start to address what is not working, so that you're not just basically moving in an ad hoc manner. And sequencing is also, in implementation is important. The Ugandan example for TADAT is something that is encouraging, given that it helped to improve efficiency and performance. And also the need for viewing TADAT as something that will, as a self-assessment instrument that will enhance ownership and strategy and strategic overview. So without any more wasting more time, let me go straight to Ms. Jeneba Bangura, who's the Deputy Commissioner General, National Revenue Authority in Sierra Leone. Madam, please, I'll ask you the similar question that I've asked the others in terms of what is happening in Sierra Leone when it comes to this issue of assessment to improve efficiency and performance. Please, if you can give us concrete examples, we really appreciate it. Over to you, Madam.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much for that. I would like to say good afternoon to everyone. I thank the organizers for granting me the opportunity to participate on this panel of distinguished personalities and seasoned professionals. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to bring warm greetings from our board of directors and also the Commissioner General of Sierra Leone National authorities. I mean, I'm glad that the previous speaker talks about TADAT, and I think I will talk a little bit about our experience in Sierra Leone, of our experience of TADAT that was done in 2016. But I just want to bring and remind everyone that 2016 and 2021 are like night and day in tax administration in Sierra Leone. But let me take you back to 2016, of course, where our journey towards reforms and digitalization started after our TADAT assessment. After the assessment, a few things were highlighted. Few things that we are doing good in Sierra Leone were highlighted. For example, the assessment showed that we had strong taxpayer outreach program as well as a good revenue forecasting capabilities. But on the other hand, the assessment also revealed many, many extensive challenges. For example, the assessment revealed that our system, our IT system for income and VAT taxes, VAT income taxes are fragmented and antiquated. And as a result of that, we are operating in a very inefficient environment. The assessment also pointed out that we operate in a very massive manual system, which again brings a lot of burden on the taxpayers. And then of course, it makes our systems very inefficient. It also pointed out that we have a lack of structured risk management approach. So what did we do once we went through the assessment? We actually developed a TADAT implementation plan. And basically what that plan focused on is we identified actions we needed to take to improve our performance. We also identified the resources we needed to undertake the necessary reforms. And then we identified focal persons within the organization who were responsible or who will be responsible for driving through these reforms. So we took that implementation plan and then we took other documentation, like for example, the SWOT analysis that we did and other analysis, and then we created our strategic plan that covered 2018 through 2022. do. And in the strategic plan, what we did was we identified about 12 strategic projects that we needed to do to implement to ensure that we addressed the weaknesses that we identified in our TADAS assessment. And one and first and foremost among those projects that we identified was the rollout of the integrated tax administration system, which is ITAS, and which again, by taking this, implementing or rolling out ITAS, what ITAS is going to do for us is to automate our process. And what it's going to do is going to automate the registration process through the payment process for our tax administration. And I'm glad, and I'm really, really delighted to report to this panel that the pilot for the ITAS system is currently on the way. And as I speak with you, we are going to pilot with 1,000 taxpayers registering on our portals for the first time during this project. Also, another strategic project that we included in our plan to address some of the shortcomings from the TADAT assessment is the rollout of the electronic cash register for our VAT taxpayers. And then also we embarked on the rollout of the Asikuda World system at all of our customs site, including the seaport, the airport, and then the certain land borders, and making full use of the system to just make sure that we utilize the capacities and capabilities of this very useful software. And then also we have other reforms that we are working on just to make sure that we continue to improve on our engagement with our micro, small, and medium-sized taxpayers. Now, we have a lot of reforms that we have embarked on at the NRA, and one may wonder, how do you go about monitoring all of these reforms that you have going? One of the most important ways that we monitor our reforms is we have this overarching annual work plan that we have developed at the NRA, which gets cascaded to all the departments. So all of the departments have their own individual work plans that feeds into the annual work plan, and that is monitored on a quarterly basis at our senior management meetings, and then also annually at our board and management meetings to just make sure that we monitor the progress of what we have done the past year and then what we plan to do in the coming year. In addition, we also have meetings that we hold on a regular basis. On a weekly basis, we have meetings, management meetings that is actually geared to supervise the various projects that we have embarked on to just make sure that, whatever all the plans that we have set and the objectives that we have set, to make sure that the projects and the reforms are going towards the targets that we have set, are monitored on a weekly basis. We also have, on a weekly basis, we have meetings that we hold that is geared towards specifically monitoring our revenue figures to just make sure that these reforms that we have embarked on are performance. And both of these meetings, as I said, are extremely important, because one is to ensure that we deliver on the projects that we have committed to, as I said, and then while the other is to ensure that the revenue gains as are expected, we make sure that they are actually materializing. I am pleased to report that domestic revenue has every year for the past 3 years increased, and 65% compared to 2018 when the plan came into effect, when the strategic plan came into effect. And it could have been higher than that figure if it had not been for COVID and all the challenges that we have had for COVID. Furthermore, the revenue administration component of the country's country policy and institutional assessment, the CPIA assessment used by the World Bank and ADB for allocating financial resources increased significantly in 2018 and 2019. And we are very proud that it went from 3% in 2017 to 3.7 in 2018 and 2019. And we are working to make sure that once the ITAS is implemented, it will have an effect, and that will also impact that rating for 2020 and 2021. We are also,
Madam, we've run out of time. They were generous to us with time, and we run out of time now. I'm afraid I have to request you, humbly request you to please say the last word, and then we can wrap.
So in closing, I just want to say thank you to TADAT for ensuring that, for actually having us go through the experience of the assessment. And then we are looking forward to actually inviting, and we hope that our next TADAT will highlight the reforms that we have implemented from between 2016.
Okay. Something happened. Is it me? No. All right. Thank you very much for that intervention.
21, and we're looking forward to a great show of the efforts that we have made in Sierra Leone, and then we commission that has been helping us with our revenue.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam, for that intervention. I would have liked to summarize the things that are here, but we've completely run out of time. We've had very good examples from Botswana, from Uganda, and from Sierra Leone, and we're grateful for those concrete experiences that have been shared with us, and we've learned from them. But the policy recommendations is that that does actually help countries to really strengthen their tax administration, make it more efficient, and for it to perform better. But in view of the continuous mention and recurrent reference to capacity development by all panelists and participants, the African Union Commission and ATAF may consider having a session dedicated to capacity development in all future virtual conferences. And the ACBF, as a capacity building organization, stands ready to partner with you on this. Let me apologize to the panelists. If you saw that I was a bit rough, please understand that there's no malice intended. It was just to make sure that we incorporate efficiency and fairness in our own panel discussions. Thank you very much for this opportunity. All the best. Over to you, Tulani.
Thank you very much to our chair of the session. And equally, we'd like to thank the panelists for their contributions. And as Professor Nadozi has said, there's no malice in timekeeping. We know that a lot of our participants and panelists have very busy schedules, and we're only doing that so that you can also attend to some of your other pressing business. Colleagues, we have arrived to the end of our deliberations through the various panels. We will now proceed to the last session, which is our closing session. And in this, before I get to the closing session, I would like to respond to some of the concerns raised by participants around the data and the presentations that have been shared. This is to inform you that all the presentations and all the information that has been shared throughout the last 2 days will be posted on the ATAF website. And we've also shared some of those links of publication in the chat box. But we will share all the information on the ATAF website, www.tax, as one word, ataftax.org. And you'll find all of that information there for your reading pleasure. I would like now to move us to the closing session of the day. And in this closing session, we will first summarize the last 2 days of our deliberations, and then we will call upon Mr. Logan Ward and His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga to give us their final remarks, for their final closing remarks. So I would like to call on Dr. Dosina Yo. He's the head of the Economic Policy and Sustainable Development Division in the Economic Development, Trade and Industry and Mining Commission of the African Union Commission. He will outcome reading of all the things that we've deliberated over the past 2 days. Dr. Dosina, I now yield the floor to you.
Thank you, Tlani. I'm trying to download. Okay. Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tout le monde. Bonsoir, où est-ce que vous résidez? Mon nom, c'est Dr Dosena Yeo. Je suis le chef de division des politiques économiques et du développement durable à la Commission de l'Union africaine. Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, distingués participants, nous sommes au terme de nos 2 jours de discussion et je m'en vais vous lire les conclusions ou le résumé émanant de nos discussions de qualité que nous avons eues au cours de ces 2 jours passés. On m'a dit qu'il y a eu beaucoup d'anglais, on a beaucoup parlé d'anglais et que je dois lire mon résumé en français. Donc, je m'en vais vous lire les conclusions de ce que nous avons discuté depuis ces 2 jours de travaux. Le forum, la 5e session du dialogue de haut niveau sur les politiques fiscales qui a été organisée en collaboration avec ATAF, qui est le forum sur l'administration fiscale africaine, et la Commission de l'Union africaine qui a été supportée par la BAD sur la fiscalité post-Covid, et les stratégies politiques et administratives pour une meilleure mobilisation des ressources fiscales intérieures en Afrique. Voici le résumé de nos discussions. Le 5e dialogue de haut niveau sur les politiques fiscales co-organisé par ATAF a réuni plus de 400 fonctionnaires des ministères des Finances et de l'administration fiscale, de 49 États membres de l'Union africaine, des membres des parlements, des communautés économiques régionales, de la société civile et de la Banque africaine de développement, des banques centrales africaines, des bourses africaines, l'OCDE, qui est l'Organisation de coopération et de développement économique, de la Commission économique des Nations unies pour l'Afrique, du Fonds monétaire international, des partenaires au développement tels que DFID, le NORAD et d'autres partenaires clés, des experts en politique fiscale des experts individuels ainsi que des acteurs du secteur privé. Le dialogue de haut niveau sur la politique fiscale s'est déroulé de manière virtuelle, comme vous le savez, par le biais de la plateforme Zoom, qui se sont déroulées depuis hier 5 et 6 mai 2021, sur le thème fiscalité post-Covid, stratégie politique et administrative pour une mobilisation de ressources fiscales intérieures en Afrique. L'événement a été organisé conjointement par le ATAF et la Commission de l'Union africaine avec le soutien de la BAD, de la Banque africaine de développement. Étant donné que la pandémie de la COVID-19 a eu un impact considérable majeur sur les pays africains, il est clair que nous ne pouvons plus compter sur l'aide extérieure pour atteindre nos objectifs de recettes fiscales. Par conséquent, nos gouvernements devraient se tourner vers l'extérieur pour innover et appliquer les méthodes et approches scientifiques à la conduite des affaires. Surtout, il est important que nos pays exercent des pressions pour consolider des bases d'imposition en renforçant la taxe intérieure, tels que les impôts sur le revenu des sociétés, la taxe sur la valeur ajoutée, l'impôt sur le revenu des particuliers, où l'accent est mis sur la rubrique fiscale pour le dialogue. Les participants ont salué les multiples mesures d'allègement mises en place par les différents pays africains pour que les entreprises restent actives. La réunion a convenu à l'unanimité que les paiements déférés et les exonérations pures et simples pour le secteur de la santé ont été bien accueillis. Il est donc primordial pour les administrations fiscales d'accélérer le remboursement de TVA sans compromettre la qualité des contrôles et des autres méthodes de recouvrement. La réunion a également noté que la gestion au cas par cas de ces remboursements pourrait donner un coup de pouce supplémentaire pour améliorer la conformité fiscale, car les contribuables continueront à bénéficier des remboursements réguliers et opportuns en raison de leur intégrité établie. Le thème récurrent qui a été noté durant notre discussion a été la nécessité de la digitalisation des systèmes, indispensable de tout progrès significatif dans l'administration fiscale si elles veulent être à la hauteur des progrès technologiques qui ne cessent d'évoluer. Les administrations fiscales devront examiner leur approche pour encourager la conformité volontaire en tant innovante et en mettant en œuvre des outils modernisés de l'administration fiscale, notamment en développant les paiements électroniques, la déclaration en ligne, l'utilisation des applications mobiles pour améliorer l'administration fiscale, ce qui réduira le coût de la conformité pour les contribuables. Les autorités fiscales devraient également aller encore plus loin dans le domaine de l'éthique en adoptant des pratiques telles que le pré-remplissage des déclarations d'impôts des contribuables à partir d'informations provenant des tiers et en faisant progresser l'analyse des données afin d'améliorer la conformité fiscale. En outre, les autorités doivent s'efforcer de garantir la qualité des dépenses fiscales afin de favoriser la conformité volontaire. La réunion a également s'est félicitée des informations selon laquelle la Commission de l'Union africaine a entamé le processus de nomination d'un champion ou d'un leader pour la mobilisation des ressources intérieures et l'élimination des flux illicites de financement en provenance d'Afrique. Le champion ou le leader sera un chef d'État ou un chef de gouvernement, mais il mènera l'action de plaidoyer en faveur de la mobilisation des ressources intérieures accrues sur le continent et mettra également l'accent particulier sur les secteurs clés tels que les industries extractives. Le champion fournira des rapports réguliers à ses pairs, c'est-à-dire les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, à la conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de l'Union africaine, et en ce faisant renforcera le dialogue de politique de haut niveau sur les questions de la fiscalité et de la lutte contre les flux illicites de financement. Les interventions ont également fait observer que le secteur privé est un moteur essentiel de l'économie. Par conséquent, le rôle du secteur privé dans la stimulation de l'économie a été reconnu. Et en conséquence, une grande occasion d'opportunités de collaboration et de partenariat existe, en particulier dans le domaine de l'innovation numérique. À cet égard, le rôle de l'État devrait être, en grande partie, la création d'un environnement économique propice à la croissance, ainsi que la transparence des dépenses publiques comme moyen d'honorer le contrat social entre l'État et ses citoyens. Les participants ont convenu qu'il devrait y avoir une approche dirigée et analytique de l'octroi des incitations fiscales, car elles pourraient avoir un effet négatif sur les résultats d'un pays qu'un pays pourrait rechercher. Par conséquent, les incitations devraient être spécifiques au secteur et motivées par des résultats économiques tangibles et réalisables. Toutefois, la réunion a convenu que, comme la recherche a montré que les incitations fiscales ne sont pas des déterminants clés des décisions d'investissement des investisseurs, le gouvernement devrait d'abord chercher à réduire leur utilisation et à s'attaquer aux problèmes critiques tels que l'état de droit, les infrastructures et le développement du capital humain. Au point 8, il a été reconnu que la pandémie avait stimulé la digitalisation des fournitures. Il a donc été noté que la mise en œuvre d'un régime de conformité pour la fourniture transfrontalière des services électroniques est l'un des moyens de renforcer l'assiette de la TVA, en particulier si le régime est en harmonie avec les meilleures pratiques mondiales de simplicité et de cohérence. Au point 9, les participants ont également été informés des progrès réalisés par ATAF et le IGF dans leurs travaux sur l'avenir de l'imposition des ressources minières pour préparer les pays riches en ressources minières à consolider leurs recettes provenant du secteur des industries extractives post-Covid-19. Grâce à cette collaboration, un document a été produit qui montrait qu'il avait une baisse de la demande pour certains minéraux et une baisse des prix de plusieurs produits de base. Deux questions essentielles pour les recommandations sur les allégements de la politique minière pendant cette période de Covid-19. Ces deux recommandations sont: comment améliorer les régimes fiscaux actuels et quelle est l'alternative du secteur minier dans les pays riches en ressources. Au point 10, les participants ont noté que l'imposition du secteur minier n'est pas seulement un problème national, mais continental. Par conséquent, les pays africains devraient travailler à l'établissement de leurs normes minières en matière d'imposition. Il a été convenu que les endroits où les ressources minières sont exploitées ainsi que les revenus du secteur minier devaient être utilisés pour aider ces communautés-là. La réunion est également convenue. Au point 11, que pour reconstruire, pour rebâtir l'après-Covid-19, il y a une seconde renaissance pour les pays riches en ressources minières afin qu'ils cherchent des moyens d'attirer des investissements dans le secteur des industries extractives. Par conséquent, le type d'investissement nécessaire doit créer de la valeur ajoutée localement afin d'éviter des erreurs du passé qui ont donné des ressources ou créé des emplois bien numérés pour des citoyens et le développement des infrastructures, le tout soutenu par des régimes fiscaux forts, progressifs, robustes, équitables et constituent un héritage pour le continent. Au point 12, concernant les cadres de conformité et d'amélioration fiscale, les participants ont convenu de la nécessité de comprendre les problèmes liés à l'obtention de nouvelles sources de données. Il a été noté que les questions critiques à examiner comprenaient les contraintes juridiques et les principes d'éthique, de rationalité et de proportionnalité. Cela s'appuie sur une meilleure compréhension du pacte social entre l'administration fiscale et les citoyens, ce qui permet une conversation plus large sur l'accès aux données de tiers. En d'autres termes, quel est l'équilibre entre l'ouverture et la confidentialité dans un pays donné? Et est-ce que cela doit changer pour donner aux administrations l'accès aux bonnes données et informations? C'est une question qui vous a été posée. Au point 13, les participants ont convenu que pour améliorer l'observation fiscale, une approche plus large, holistique et innovante doit être adoptée. Les pays ont été encouragés à envisager sérieusement le modèle scientifique utilisé par l'administration fiscale ougandaise, qui donne aux administrations fiscales un niveau de visibilité sans précédent en ce qui concerne les données transactionnelles des contribuables et les informations sur les stratèges de fraude telles que la suppression des ventes. En outre, en mettant en œuvre de nouvelles stratégies d'administration fiscale, les autorités fiscales seront en mesure de lutter contre la sous-déclaration et de fourniture d'un soutien technique pour une politique fiscale plus équitable et plus efficace. Au point 14, la réunion a convenu que l'évaluation de l'efficacité de l'administration fiscale est un aspect important pour orienter les réformes futures dans certaines directions en fonction des résultats obtenus. Pour que les pays africains puissent maintenir les progrès réalisés dans l'administration de ces systèmes fiscaux, il est nécessaire d'effectuer périodiquement des évaluations de diagnostic de l'administration fiscale en utilisant des outils existants. Au point 15, les participants ont également noté que l'utilisation d'outils informatiques tels que l'outil d'évaluation diagnostique de l'administration fiscale ATAF donne des vues objectives de la santé ou du statut de l'état du système d'administration fiscale. Cet outil fournit également une base de référence pour que l'administration fiscale puisse se concentrer et fixer des objectifs de réforme, établir des priorités et séquencer la mise en œuvre. Les pays, en outre, ont été encouragés à utiliser les ressources disponibles, y compris la publication annuelle des perspectives fiscales africaines, en plus d'autres qu'ils fournissent les outils nécessaires aux administrations fiscales pour s'engager sur la voie de l'amélioration continue du système fiscal. Donc, Monsieur le Président Toulani, ça c'est le résumé des conclusions de nos 2 jours de débat fructueux que nous avons eus. Et je voulais vous remettre la parole. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dosina. And I think we should give ourselves a round of applause for deliberating such important matters and also giving some guidance to the continent and to members of ATAF, as well as the Secretariat of ATAF, on how we can best support and continue to support our membership. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like now to invite the Executive Secretary of ATAF to deliver his closing remarks and share with us the prospects moving into 2021. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tulani. Your Excellency, Ambassador Albert Muchanga, Commissioner of Economic Development and Trade, Industry and Mining at the African Union Commission, all the permanent secretaries that are present, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, members of the Council, the Commissioners General, all our partners. It has been a tremendous 2 days of very intense, very high quality panelists, chairs of panels, presentations. Sitting here over the past 2 days, I was wondering, where did all these come from? Where does it go to? Where in earlier years were these discussions held? And one realizes the immense value as Africans, as we get together and discuss the future of domestic resource mobilization, the future of extractive industry, the importance of data, and the type of policy, administrative, and intellectual discourse that took place here from professionals from across the continent and our guests from around the world has really inspired so many of us. And I thank all of you for participating. Those who are heading institutions on your own, you've taken the time to come here. Those who are experts in your field, you've taken the time to come here. And together with ATAF, the African Union Commission, the African Development Bank, and our partners, such as Tax Justice Network, and the African Capacity Building Foundation, and others, it is our task to build a capable continent, and I thank you for your participation. I'd like to apologize on behalf of the chairman of ATAF Council, Monsieur Philippe Chaudy, who is the Commissioner General for the Togolese Tax Administration. He's not able to join us for the closing session today. So thank you for your active participation and attendance. The topics have been impactful. We took stock of how countries tenaciously and against all odds, paused by the pandemic, took policy measures to sustain business while ensuring continuity and steady revenue flows for essential expenditure. I remember yesterday, excuse me, how everybody spoke about the importance of liquidity in the economy and how business and state got together across the continent, in some countries more than others, and made sure the economy runs. The discussions by both panelists and participants have been incredibly insightful. And I'm confident that we have learned that solid systems and policies pay off during difficult times such as COVID pandemic. Like we said yesterday, those tax administrations and those governments who have invested in technology came out better during the pandemic. Those who had outdated and manually processed systems really struggled. The focus on domestic taxes hasn't been accidental. And based on our engaging the discussions where it's clear that the different experiences shared will go a long way in improving the way we do our work and the policies that we develop. So both tax administrations and state actors who are involved in tax policy, we leave this engagement with a clear understanding that harnessing the power of information technology, artificial intelligence, and data analytics as so powerfully analyzed today, on the one hand, and solid investment in able human capital and technology on the other, that's the way to go. While the effects of the global pandemic have been severe, they've also forced us to leave our comfort zones and to devise and seek strength in partnerships. ATAF's partnership with the African Union in the quest for shaping a new roadmap for the continent in tax matters couldn't have come at a better time. And I would like to assure those present that the next decade will see ATAF raise its ability to provide both technical and policy support necessary for improved revenue mobilization. And Professor Nadozi, when it comes to that capacity building, yes, it is time that we work closer, because that is an important part of the growth. In doing so, we will inevitably be revisiting shortcomings observed before the onset of the pandemic and devising solutions to address these through technical and political institutions. It is estimated that COVID-19 cost the region between 37 and 79 billion in US dollars in output for 2020. This loss of output is expected to continue and hopefully will abate slightly because of human adjustment and because we're getting used to what is called the new normal. Vaccine is coming out. Not surprisingly, we lost in the queue, but it's coming. But we're not out of the woods yet. It's focused on continued improvement on our systems, like we saw in the discussion in using the science approach to taxation, as well as investing in applied research. Very, very important. Applied research that will enable us to deploy our limited resources together. So the effect of the pandemic on global value chains also means less funds available from donors. So we need to focus on our own homegrown solutions, as, for example, improving the use of our natural resources through improving sectors such as the extractives to ensure that we achieve our domestic resource mobilization targets. This meeting has advanced practical solutions that we can implement in order to achieve such a mobilization. And some of these include a focus on a whole of government approach to taxation, greater leveraging on the introduction of and the use of data analytics, artificial intelligence, and the emphasis on transparent and predictable policy frameworks. The adoption of science as a major pillar of tax reform. So it's data analytics, artificial intelligence, the use of science is beginning to create a different picture of what a tax official is. It is no longer the person behind the desk with accounting knowledge or legal knowledge only. It now needs a geologist. It now needs data analysts, it needs different types of human capital requirements. And these are important if we want to stem base erosion and illicit outflows. So, ladies and gentlemen, ATAF continues to provide tax technical support to our members through a mutually beneficial partnership with the AU. We have made significant strides and we are happy with those strides. However, it's not complete, and we continue to implore our members and countries on the continent to take advantage of ATAF's tax technical capacity. In that regard, we are investing and growing in ATAF rapid response technical capability, where with the use of African experts, we are able to respond rapidly to the technical audit, investigation, and risk needs to all our members. We are rolling that out. We are building the funds for it. We are building the database for it. It's coming. As I conclude, I wish to thank our members for your commitment. Commissioner Masilela, I saw you here for the past 2 days, just like I saw Commissioner General Masilela. Just like I saw Commissioner General Sekgolo, Lekau, and other Commissioner Generals here. The commitments of the Minister from Sierra Leone, the Deputy Minister from Egypt, I thank all of you for your commitment. The heads of other African institutions, Professor Nadozi, ACBF, my brother Alvin from the Tax Justice Network, our development partners, Bernie Smith and others, we really, really appreciate all of you. Sorry if I these are names off my head, so if I don't mention you, I apologize. But I want to say that thank you for joining us, and it was really a pleasure to engage all of you. There are organizations that joined us here that may not have been mentioned. So as I finish off, allow me to mention that we appreciate you. Tax Justice Network Africa, DFID, the Norwegian Tax Administration, IWG, ACBF that I've mentioned already, the UN Economic Commission for Africa, East African Community, the EU, GIZ, ITC, the Commonwealth Association of Tax Administrations, headed by our brother Duncan Nduru. The OECD was here, Oxfam was here, IGF was here and presented, Pan-African Parliament, members of the academia from Johannesburg and Cape Town joined, and some other academia that did not announce themselves. So allow me to specifically thank the African Development Bank that has consistently supported this work, our high quality panelists and moderators, the media who gave us really good coverage, civil society, and the excellent partnership, Your Excellency, that we enjoy with the African Union Commission has made this possible. In particular, your efforts, Ambassador Muchanga, for those in your team facilitating this debate, Dr. Dosina and others, have been invaluable. But not least, allow me to thank our team in the ATAF Secretariat, Mary Baini and the team, Mr. Shongwe and others. You've been great. I thank you. I've said enough. Otherwise, I want to thank you for the whole day. Thank you very much. This has been a great 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary, for those warm closing remarks and for acknowledging a lot of the partners and the people that we as the ATAF Secretariat have taken to work with and developed strong partnerships with. At this moment, I would like to invite His Excellency Albert Muchanga. I think he has nominated a representative who will be delivering the closing remarks on his behalf. So I will then give the floor to Mr. Jean-Denis Kabiniki, who will do that on behalf.
Yeah, thank you, my brother Tulani, for the floor. Indeed, I want first to convey His Excellency's regret for not being able to attend this closing session with us, owing to prior engagements. So I'm going then to read his closing remarks. First to Mr. Philip Chode, the chairperson of the African Tax Administration Forum, the honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, permanent secretaries, Mr. Worth Logan, the executive secretary of the ATAF, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of an exciting 2 days of deliberations on an important issues affecting African economies and how this can be supported through effective tax policy and administration to overcome the effect of COVID-19. The disruptions this has caused not only on our economies and the different spheres of our lives will remain with us for a while. Hence, the need to devise strategies to mitigate these negative effects through a sense of urgency that brings solutions at policy and operations levels. However, over the last 2 days, I am heartened to also see solutions for business continuity being built into solving the economic downturns caused by the pandemic. Indeed, mobilizing domestic resources remain a pivotal and essential part of our daily operations, both as the Commission, but also as tax policymakers and tax administrators. More than ever, countries will have to rely on this tax administration and other internal sources of revenue to sustain their economies and national development agendas. It is therefore prudent that the focus on mobilizing domestic resources be made a top priority. In Africa, we have heard from presenters that indirect taxes, particularly VAT, have played an important role in revenue collection. This performance of VAT is the single most significant contributor per tax head and consistently provides in excess of 30% of tax revenues for African countries. Many of our countries present throughout the conference explain how VAT has continued to play this role and how adjustment to refund scheduled also ensured business continuity in this phase of uncertainty. VAT, ladies and gentlemen, remains the most important tax for the continent in terms of tax takes per head. However, while economies are shrinking, inevitably consumption will also reduce. There might be more exemptions coming from policymakers to counter the effect of economic slowdown. That being said, there is also an opportunity in the tax collection of VAT through digital sales and consumption of services. This should help us to redirect our focus to achieve these benefits. The age of digitalization is also upon us, where many goods and services have moved online. The digital economy has a flow of activities in which African countries are mostly consuming economies. Thus, an efficient application of VAT will impact the domestic revenue mobilization by creating room for unfavorable competition for domestic suppliers, erosion of the VAT base, and loss of revenue resulting from non-taxation of cross-border suppliers. Africa is presented with a unique opportunity to leverage already advanced exchange and communication systems to show the rest of the world the direction to follow. As many continue to work and school from home, there are other opportunities for African countries to use technology advancements to provide better services to their people. Additionally, it is a test for our countries on how best to mobilize those revenues from online activities while promoting creativity and entrepreneurship. These opportunities were discussed in last year's high-level tax policy dialogue. The outcome of that has led to the African Union adopted the common position on the taxation of the digitalized economy, as well as the continental platform on taxation to galvanize African countries and to ensure that Africa does not miss out on the changing world on taxation. Our partner ATAF continues to raise critical issues to support African countries' position in the debate on the taxation of the challenges of taxation, the digital economy ever present, but African countries continue to be exploited through illicit financial flows. As I said yesterday, the African Union remains fully committed to reduce and combating illicit financial flows from the continent. Working with a range of partners, the African Union is moving to the appointment of a champion and leader on mobilization of domestic resources and elimination of illicit financial flows from Africa. It is our conviction that this will add impetus to the noble cause. We believe that the collective actions of African countries spread ahead by the political leadership on the continent will reduce IFFs and close the gaps that have been manipulated by those seeking to reduce African capacity to fund its own development. Ladies and gentlemen, it is also encouraging that the conference discussed African position as a leader in providing the world with mineral resources required to operate our daily functions and how this value chain can be beneficial to the continent's development. COVID-19 disrupted mining operations in some countries, but also illustrated the over-reliances on this sector in some, as well as the low gains by our countries due to limited capacity in this sector. The complex nature of operation required sound fiscal policy design to mobilize resources and ensure the larger sharing of the proverbial peace. Most importantly, and coincidentally, the minerals in Africa are essential to the energy transition movement. Policymakers and administrators alike will continue developing and enhancing fiscal regimes in these sectors for better operations, but equally to reduce IFF and ensure countries' benefits. As indicated also yesterday, one of my strategic focus areas as I executed my new mandate is enhancing domestic resource mobilization as one of the 4 key strategic focus areas anchored on eliminating illicit financial flows from Africa. And the discussion over the last 2 days have firmed this conviction. The partnership with ATAF is invaluable in achieving this, and I welcome the placement of an ATAF tax expert within my commission to support this work. Distinguished participants, I am pleased that the deliberations through the last 2 days have given the AU sufficient elements for consideration by the Specialized Technical Committee of the African Union that will endorse the Continental Platform on Tax Matters in its next session. The same meeting aims to take the fight against illicit financial flows to another level through focused advocacy plan at highest political level and a clear work plan supported by ATAF and other stakeholders. The STC will convene in less than 2 weeks, where some of this deliberation from the dialogue will be factored in. I do not doubt that the many questions raised and the various discussions have brought a wholesome view of rebuilding economies in the post-COVID world. The recovery process from the pandemic may take longer and will require all countries to work with one another of part of our vision of in Africa's Agenda 2063, where the continent funds its own development. Sound tax policy and administration are specially singled out as a vehicle to achieve this. As we leave this conference, let's ensure that our organizations implement these recommendations from the deliberations of this discussion within our government. The last 2 days have given us sufficient thoughts and ambition to achieve domestic resource mobilization in the next few years. I wish to thank ATAF, its staff and members for partnering with us in putting together the dialogue, as well as the African Development Bank for its generous support. Most importantly, I thank the participants, panelists, and all those turned in on various social media forums, interpreters for making this dialogue a success. I wish you all good health and safety as we strive to build the Africa that we want. I thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jean-Denis, for those wonderful remarks delivered on behalf of His Excellency Mochanga. Colleagues, we've come to the end of our discussion. I do want to give the floor again to the ES, who would also like to thank some of the colleagues working in the background and that have made this event.
Thank you, Tulani. Very briefly before we all go, I guess when we start to thank you, I have a big risk of leaving out. I need to just mention that one of the organizations that I did not mention and I want to mention publicly is the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information. We've got a great partnership with them through the Africa Initiative, and Mrs. Zaida Manata was here today. So that's one of the organizations that also, like I did with others, I'd like to acknowledge, including also our council members, Dr. Amelia Mbwende and Mr. Kingsley Chanda from Zambia, all the ATAF team that worked in the background. That's all I wanted to come back to say. But thanks again, everybody. It's been a great 2 days. Thank you, Tulani.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Jean-Denis.
No, just to say thank you.
Merci. Ladies and gentlemen, we've concluded our discussions. We will be posting the outcome statement on the ATAF website. We should be able to do this in the next few hours. So you will be alerted via our social media channels of when this has gone live. And we will also post all the presentation and the content from this meeting on the ATAF website and on our various social media channels. We wish you well. We wish you great health in the next few weeks, as well as a pleasant evening ahead.